Well, well, well. Do y'all remember this?
That showed some good leadership, and then, really guys that played real, well was, obviously Jadavian played well. Don, a couple of comments. Okay, in terms of last week, I know we're over that, but just a couple of comments on that. I thought the guys tackled well. I thought all 11 played with great energy and passion, and it showed on the play out there. Really, really happy for those guys, and it was intentional. The guys worked their tail off, had extra meetings as a group. That showed some good leadership, and then, really guys that played real, well was, obviously Jadavian played well, Donovan, Duran, and really a lot of the guys did, and I'm excited for them. Hard work. It's hard work. This league is tough, and it was good to see those guys having fun out there playing, and.
Am I the only one? Am I the only one who has noticed the different energy that Matt Eberflus has had ever since it came to fruition that Trevon Diggs was no longer going to be playing? Well, he did it last week without Trevon Diggs. But the Denver Broncos, they are going to be a huge test. And the question is, can Matt Eberflus do it again? Let's talk Cowboys. We're about to talk facts. And we live. Yup. Oh yeah, we live on a beautiful Sunday. I'm sorry, a beautiful Saturday afternoon. I'm already ready for the game. I said Sunday afternoon, but it is a beautiful Saturday afternoon. And you know what? It's a great day to talk about the Cowboys. Welcome, 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 Cowboy fans and Cowboy haters alike. I'm the G, and I'm the host of Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. And as you come into this live stream, please hit that like button, subscribe, share, hit that notification bell so you know the next time we post another video or go live, and we are live. And if you haven't become a channel member or subscriber yet, please do. We have a lot of great things coming up this season. Now let's talk facts. Now, don't y'all forget, send your scores to my email address. The 5 people who get the score right will be receiving Dallas Cowboy t-shirts. The 5 people who get the score right. And I'm going to choose the first 5 people I get out of my email. So y'all make sure if y'all want a Cowboys t-shirt, and don't worry, they're not going to be something made by me. They are going to be from the Dallas Cowboys website. So y'all make sure y'all send y'all score to my email address at letstalkcowboys@gmail.com. Now, let's talk about what we're going to be talking about today. Let's look at what we're going to be talking about. So today, we're going to kind of look back at this shoddy presser, the Brian Schottenheimer presser. Kind of want to capitalize just on a couple things he said. I want to listen to Jerry Jones presser, Stephen Jones presser. I'm pretty sure some of y'all have heard this, but you haven't heard it with me, so it's going to be brand new. And we're going to look at Will McClay once again, talk about how to beat the Broncos. Now, he talked about how to beat the Carolina Panthers, and it didn't work, so we'll see if it works this week. But we're going to talk about also how to beat the Broncos. Also, we're going to talk a little bit about Javonte Williams today. Javonte Williams, we'll listen to his interview. We're also going to listen to some other player interviews. We're going to talk about Trevon Diggs. It's amazing. It's amazing how people call me a hater talking about Trevon Diggs. I've been talking about this thing about Trevon Diggs. Anybody who's been here, no, I've been talking about this Trevon Diggs stuff. Oh, now people want to talk about it. I've been said Trevon Diggs was done in Dallas. But we're going to talk about some more about Trevon Diggs. Then we'll talk a little bit about Overshown and Revel. We'll talk a little bit about Overshown and Revel and how glad I am that they are back. But these are our topics for the day. Shotty Presser, Jerry Presser, Steven Presser, Beat the Broncos, Javonte Williams, player interviews, Javon Diggs, Overshown and Revel. It's a great day to talk about the Cowboys. Let's get it. Let's go! Quick roll call. Quick roll call. And then we are going to get into today's packed show. Let's go. John Jones, he said, "What up, G Money? I say it's a new Jack City." And in the infamous words of Nino Brown, money talk. Bullcorn runs a marathon. It is time, John Jones. The Cowboys put their money where their mouth is. I believe the Cowboys want Max Crosby. And I don't think it's going to happen. But I just want to say that because since you asked me, what up, G Money? I'm just telling you. Lord Nova, what's going on? Good to see you. Katharina Kiss, appreciate you to see you. Always glad to see my sister Katharina Kiss. She said hit that like button. I can't help but agree. Lock and D, what's going on? I heard Jerry picking up the phone and calling teams. I'm glad he ain't sitting on his hands and waiting for the phone to ring. G. Lock and D. Cowboys front office moving different. I don't care what no one says, and I've been saying it. These men are moving different. And don't believe the hype. The Cowboys were trying to get Max Crosby. They were trying their best to get Max Crosby, and I'm still not giving up on it. I think the Raiders are saying something. Yeah, we're not trading Max Crosby unless you come with a ridiculous offer is what they're saying. Lowly, what's going on? Darren Posey up in this thing. What is going on? What is going on, Darren Posey? It is the football fanatic. What up, football fanatic? What's going on with you? Big Mouse Dog. Brandy, as always. What's going on, Brandy? She said I'm on CPT. Brandy, it was only, 12:32? Well, I guess that is CPT. Okay, let's go. True Texas, what's going on? Cowboys have to win this game, but Jerry will not get them some help, and defense will be a lost soul. We're going to talk about that. That's a great point. JC, T Slice, #1 Dak Prescott fan. I'm #2. He said, G, we can. Dak and the offense has been on fire. We can score, let's say 24 plus on Denver's defense. That should be enough. We still have 4G. He's on another level right now. As Steve Smith said, hey, I'm going to tell you now, the Cowboys have to score more than 24 points. Cowboys going to have to score about 37, 38 points to beat the Denver Broncos, and I'm going to tell you why. Ty Howard, what's going on? Blue Blood, what's going on? Carlito Cash up in this thing. What's going on? Bumpy, TY5X866 from that 903. You know what it is. What up, Bumpy? What up, Bump? All right, Dolores Ennis, what's going on? Good to see you this afternoon. All right, let's go. Cornelius Harris, Super T214. Hey, what's going on? What's going on? C. Burleson up in here. Good to see you this afternoon. Jaden Justin, my man, what's going on with you? Magdalene May Jesus, what's going on? Good to see you. Luck Queen, my sister from the beginning. What's up? Dominique Pittman in this thing. What up, Dominique? All right, Robert Dudley, what's going on? Quinn Bowden, what's going on with you, my sister? Good to see you. Marvin Mays, what up with you? Son of John, appreciate that $1.99 super chat. Yes, sir. God bless everyone here. Appreciate you, Son of John. Mark Vasquez, Carl Williams, Leroy Humphrey. He said, keep up the good work, my brother. He said, I think we're still going after Crosby, according to Broaders. Man, I'll tell you, I believe that's who they want. I believe that's who they want, Leroy, and I think they're going to go for it. It's just a matter of what are the Cowboys willing to give up. DC4L Rasta, man, what's up? Tyrone Church, what up, fam? Good to see you. Marcus Warner up in here. Let's go. Moses Williams. It's Lost in Translation podcast. My man up in there. What up with you? Final Hall. What up? All right, let's get this thing going, y'all. I appreciate you. Ron Mack up in this thing. He said, what up, family? All right. Kelly, appreciate that super chat. He said, we're all scared the Denver Broncos are going to try to limit our time of possession. Hey, Kelly, I'm sure that's what they're going to try to do. I'm pretty positive also that's what they're going to try to do. But I'm going to tell you this. They got a problem. Dak fan for life. Appreciate you. What's going on, Dak fan for life? They have a problem. And that problem is Javonte Williams. The Denver Broncos are going to have a problem on their hands Sunday. And that problem is going to be Javonte Williams. Javonte Williams is going to be a problem for the Broncos. Javonte Williams was let go of by the Broncos. Javonte Williams is coming to play. Y'all watch what I tell you. Javonte Williams is the key to the Cowboys beating the Broncos. The Cowboys have got to be able to run the ball. And I believe they're going to be. Not only do I believe they're going to be able to run the ball, they're going to run the ball. They are going to run and run and run. And I'm telling you, they're going to give the Denver Broncos all they can handle. This is a great battle for the Cowboys this week. The Denver Broncos, by far, is the best defense the Cowboys have faced. And the reason why this game is very important is the Cowboys cannot allow the Denver Broncos to beat them. And the reason why the Cowboys cannot allow the Denver Broncos to beat them, because if let's just say the Denver Broncos hold the Dallas Cowboys to 14 points. People will be looking at the Denver Broncos as the blueprint to stop the Cowboys offense. Now, not everybody has the players the Broncos have, so they won't necessarily have the blueprint. But those teams coming up in the future that have similar type rosters, they will be looking at this game to see, okay, what was the real way to stop the Cowboys? Because really, when you look at the Chicago Bears game, the turnover early by Javonte Williams and then CeeDee Lamb going out of the game on the second drive of the game really kind of caught Brian Schottenheimer in a situation, I believe, to where they were not ready to make that adjustment. Dak and CeeDee Lamb didn't have that kind of connection that they have now. So we understand why they were able to do it. Carolina Panthers, the Cowboys still scored 27 points. Problem is they got the ball last, and the defense couldn't stop them. So we know how they did it. But the Cowboys, the Cowboys have got to put up points in this game. And 27 ain't going to be enough. 24, I don't believe 24-27 is going to be enough unless our defense shows up and shows out. Bleeding Blue, appreciate that super chat. All right, let's go over here to Brian Schottenheimer. I'm debating. You know what? Let's do the one as a matter of fact. He did one a little bit more recent. I'm pretty sure most of y'all have heard the one that he did in Dallas on DallasCowboys.com. But I think he did another one. I think he did another one after that one. So let's see if we can check in on that one. Let's see. But this is a very, very important game for the Cowboys. A very important game. And they got a very important game. And they got to be real, real careful with this because I'm telling you, this is a great battle because the Denver Broncos defense is crazy. They got some players on that defense. They really do. But if the Cowboys do what I think they're going to do, they're going to put everybody on notice after this game. They are going to put everybody on notice after this game because, I mean, there are not many defenses the Cowboys are facing after the Broncos that are even as good as the Broncos. So if they pull this one off, man, I'm telling you. But what I'm really interested in how the defense does. I'm really interested in how the defense does. And we're going to talk about that more as we keep going along. We got a pretty packed show. So let's get into this thing from Shotty, and let's listen to him on 105.3 The Fan rather than the one from the DallasCowboys.com. Let's check it out.
I like big butts and I cannot lie.
All right, so they're going to hit us a copyright already on that Sir Mix-a-Lot. All right, here we go.
Schottenheimer, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of.
All right, let's see if we get a little past that part.
Coach, good morning.
You know what? I
All
don't
right,
think
there we
so.
go.
I think it was definitely back-to-back years. You go 86 the drive, 87 the fumble, and
What
you
up,
just
Alicia?
talk about devastation for the Cleveland community, the Browns, ownership, the coaches, the players. But I loved John Elway.
Brady Morales, what up?
Man. I
Big
wanted to be John
Amish
Elway.
Media, what's up? Brazen Texan, what's up?
I didn't have the arm talent, that John did.
Or the athleticism. I mean,
You wanted to be an overrated quarterback. That's what you wanted to be.
What did you have? What did you have of John Elway, Coach?
I had a good cadence. I had a good cadence. Guys. I could
Good
get guys to
cadence.
jump
There we
off
go.
that. A matter of fact, hey, hold on. National championship game. In,
What up, Roy Bell?
1996, Florida Gators, national champion. Let's go Gators. I actually drew. Spurrier put me in the game late. We were up big. We were up 55-10, whatever. Spurrier put me in the
Gwen
game.
Bowden,
and,
appreciate
I
you.
drew
What's going on,
Peter
my sister?
Boulware offsides. Hell yeah, I did.
Look at that.
Oh,
Look at that.
Wait. Hey, let me finish real quick. And then the next play, I fumbled the snap. It wasn't my fault. And I was like, this is embarrassing. National championship game, I fumbled the snap. And our center.
I like this comment from Alvarez, 5515. He said the Broncos beat Jake Browning, Justin Fields, Jackson Dart, Jalen Hurts, and lost to Justin Herbert and Daniel Jones. Cowboys putting belt to butt.
Brutal. So you can tell.
Yeah. Yes, sir. I like that comment. Yeah. Yeah, Dak Prescott's coming to town now. Dak Prescott coming to town,
or whatever
and he coming
the
with your
altitude comes
old running back.
Scale
He
of
gonna
1 to
run
10,
the
how
ball.
How much of a factor is the altitude, or is that something we make too much of?
I think it goes both ways. I think there is an impact. How much it is, look, unless you're going to move out there for a couple weeks and try to get acclimated, which no one's going to do. It's part of what you do. The big thing you do is you focus on hydration. You focus.
Yeah, I see that,
on
Brandon Cook.
Things you can control.
John Jones, I see it.
There's oxygen out there for all the guys, and but again, I think it does. It does play a little bit of a factor. It helps in the kicking game for sure. Everybody thinks Brandon Aubrey should kick a 90-yard field goal this game, and maybe we'll try it, maybe we won't. But it definitely does have a little bit of an impact. But I do think you can get too overwhelmed with it, and we're not trying to do that.
Brian Schottenheimer right here on The Fan. The guys gave you some credit this week for the energy boost you gave in the defensive meeting room last week. Maris Leofau quoted you, and I want you to explain for us and our listeners what this means. Maris said that you always say the answer is in the mirror. What does that mean?
Well, I think it starts with yourself, man. Again,
Yeah.
This is the ultimate team game, but when you're building a team, you're building a culture, you're trying to build a Super Bowl world championship caliber team. After every game you play, you get a report card. We do. After every game, we'll get a report card after Denver. We got one after the Jets, and so on and so on. But if you don't start by looking at yourself in the mirror and say, okay, what can I do better to help this football team improve? And that's after a win or a loss, guys, or shoot, in our case, a tie. You literally have to start with yourself, and it's amazing how
I
many
agree,
times
Jarrell
I've literally
Mays.
been brushing my teeth either in the morning or at night and been like, hey, we need to do this, or hey, I need to be better at that. And so that's all it means. And when you've got a team of 69 guys and then 20 coaches, whatever it is, there's a lot of answers that you can come up with when you start by leading yourself.
Coach, last week you guys said
Now, I want you to hear something that Brian Schottenheimer that is saying is very powerful. And I'm just telling you, man, let me make sure I say what I say carefully. But I just think the Bible is right 100% of the time. You know a tree by the fruit that it bears. And you can kind of know the kind of person people are by the way they talk and the way that they look at others versus themselves. Now, let me tell you what I'm saying. When you think about the energy that was coming from Trevon Diggs as of late, people don't understand this, but everybody don't operate under that stuff. Some people can operate in spite of that. Some people can just block it out. But if y'all don't realize it, Nate Newton said it. Y'all remember what Nate Newton said? Matt Eberflus has to stop these players from going out into the court of public opinion. I'm paraphrasing, but he clearly said this. He said the players don't need to be telling me. They don't need to be telling RJ or whoever else out there in the court of public opinion. They need to be telling the person. They need to be telling the person who can do something about it. And do that behind closed doors. And don't be trying to people don't understand. People say, well, a squeaky wheel gets the oil. No. Loudmouth people who are not performing, especially at an elite level, loudmouth people divide locker rooms. And they just make the mood of everything bad. Nate Newton said it. And now Brian Schottenheimer is saying it in a different way. Rather than complaining about everything going on around you, first, deal with yourself. You don't get to run your mouth. You don't get to run your mouth when you're not in. I'm sorry. When we can clearly see that it's not like you're out there tearing it up. I'm going to tell you something about people. Sometimes people aren't complaining about things totally. They're not totally complaining about things because things are not right. People will also complain about things when they're not right. People will also complain about things when they're not right. And so if you think about how these, and even if you listen to Matt Eberflus is even saying this, if you listen to it, everybody, for whatever reason, they're all saying the same thing in a different way. They're all saying it. There is a way that you do things. There is a way that you do things. And I'm telling you, Brian Schottenheimer's culture, we heard it all through training camp. And a lot of people, they keep trying to blame this on the front office and they don't like this. And no, this ain't about the front office. Brian Schottenheimer has been doing this if you pay attention. The one thing that Brian Schottenheimer does not like is all of the drama. He don't like all of the drama. He don't like all the media circus. Brian has shown that from the beginning. When all that Michael Parsons stuff was going on, did y'all notice how he was dealing with that? No, I only worry about football stuff. I only control what I can control. I'm not worried about that. Brian was trying to be more of, he was trying to be more of the voice of reason. Michael Parsons, don't worry about that stuff. Hey, just show up. this, that, and the other, because Brian didn't want all of that. And that's why if you think about Brian Schottenheimer's culture, to see Michael Parsons get traded, a lot of people think this is only on Jerry. No. Jerry said it was unanimous. Brian Schottenheimer came out and said it was unanimous. Brian don't want that stuff. Brian Schottenheimer don't want that stuff. And then, y'all think about this. Trevon Diggs comes out, calls out Matt Eberflus. What did Brian Schottenheimer do after he called out Matt Eberflus? Brian Schottenheimer vehemently defended Matt Eberflus. Brian don't want this stuff. People think that, oh, it's not the front office. Schotty don't want this stuff. Brian Schottenheimer don't want this stuff. Tell me what you want to, but this man's culture does not call for that type of behavior. And as a matter of fact, this is why I say people don't understand. See, some people don't get this because some people don't understand great teams. But your attitude does matter. Your attitude matters. And your tolerance level, if we're going to tolerate you, let me tell you something. You better have doggone T.O. talent in his prime. You better have T.O. talent in his prime. You better have Antonio Brown talent in his prime. Brian didn't want this stuff. Brian Schottenheimer no longer wanted this stuff, and he doesn't want it. He don't want all that kind of stuff on this team, and that's the part people don't understand. So when you start hearing all these kind of comments that they've all been making, I mean, that opening by Matt Eberflus, notice what he said. The guys all worked hard. Now catch this part. All 11 of them. All 11 of them. Why would he say all 11 of them? On the week Trayvon didn't play, I got you. I got you. I know exactly what they're saying. And so that stuff, all of that stuff don't fit in with the culture. And that's why I said this early. I said the Trevon Diggs thing isn't just about performance. The Micah Parsons trade, what was it about? I can tell you what it wasn't about. Performance. Let me read some of your comments. We're going to get back to Brian Schottenheimer, but I think this is very powerful what they're saying. And some people don't understand this because when you tell me you don't understand attitude, when you tell me you don't understand that, and when you say attitude don't matter, I know you don't know nothing about winning. No, attitude matters. Attitude is actually a big part of winning. Now, we don't mind you having an attitude. There is a certain kind of attitude we want you to have, but what we don't want you to have is this attitude to where you start trying to rebel. Rebel against the front office, rebel against the coaching, and then that causes division out there amongst players. Because truth be told, a lot of people, I think our memory sometimes is not quite where it needs to be. But Trayvon Diggs saying the Cowboys needed to play more man, he wasn't the first one saying that. People were saying that before Trayvon Diggs said it. People were saying it before he said it. He just said it from a player's perspective. But though there were people out there, we were talking about it. Other people were saying the Cowboys were playing too much zone. Many people were already calling the Cowboys out about playing so much zone. But I told y'all this, as I pushed back on it. I said maybe Matt Eberflus is saying something. Maybe he's saying that the players out there actually can't play man. I find it to be strange, though, the week that Trayvon Diggs is out, they decide to play more man. Tell me what you want. Too Tall Jones, what's going on? He says, no man is better than the other man. Yep, Gwen Bowden. Yes, your attitude matters. Michael H., what's going on? He said, how you do anything is how you do everything. Diggs calling out the coach. Yeah, football fanatic. Diggs needs a fresh start somewhere else. Yeah, I said that before too. He absolutely does. He absolutely does need a fresh start. And I also think he not only needs a fresh start, Trevon Diggs, I still say Trevon Diggs came back too early. I still say he came back too early. I know he was trying to prove to people, oh, I'm ready, and blah, blah, but anybody who's watching Diggs know Diggs ain't ready. It's not that Diggs can't play, but Diggs ain't, and I don't know if he's ever going to be that Diggs again. Maybe we should all just face it. He's not the same Diggs. Maybe we should just face that point. Now, does he still got skill? Trayvon Diggs still got skills. He still got ball skills. Only problem with Trayvon Diggs, well, one of the problems with Trayvon Diggs, he never was a burner to begin with. He don't have the legs yet. And I don't even know if he's going to get those legs. He was never a burner to begin with. So I say he needs a fresh start. Go out there and get on a team that plays man. Because if that's the only thing you can play, well, go out there and find your team that plays man. You got to find that team. I hear the New England Patriots is one of those teams. Maybe the Cowboys will trade him there. Brandon Cupp said he going to the Jets. Book it. Freddie Morales said, why not put the blame on what's going on in the boys' team? Where it belongs, the players, Freddie Morales. That's what Brian Schottenheimer is saying in his sense. Before you start talking about Matt Eberflus, look at yourself. Marvin Mays, they got mad at me when I said this. Diggs doesn't want to be here. So we should trade him and get whatever we can for him. His disposition tells it all. I said the same thing. People got mad at me. Yeah, Brian Schottenheimer was turning Michael Parsons into more of a leader. He was trying to. That's why he put him beside Dak Prescott. He was trying to. And JCT Slice says he doesn't mess around. I agree with you on this point. He says the Shotty will call out Diggs if he needs to. He's already calling him out. Let me tell you something about people who are very clever at how they talk. People can call you out without calling you out. And sometimes it's what people say to other people, not what they say to you. And so at the end of the day, Diggs just don't fit here no more. And I said it before, it's not a performance issue. I don't think it's totally a performance issue. Diggs don't fit with the Cowboys no more. And if he did, they would be trying to keep him. He don't. They're not trying to keep him. What the Cowboys are doing is speaking loud and clear about how they feel about Trayvon Diggs. Love it, like it, or hate it. None of us have to agree, but the actions speak louder than words. Everything we're watching is saying they don't want Diggs. And I'm going to tell you this. Had Diggs not been owed this year's money, Diggs probably wouldn't be here. Diggs was here because of the money the Cowboys owed him. But it was immediately apparent. The Cowboys started taking shots at Trayvon Diggs. I mean, the moment we started talking about football again, they were taking shots at Trayvon Diggs left and right. Left and right, they were taking shots at Diggs. And some of it justified. But I still say Diggs shouldn't have came. I just don't think Diggs should have came back early. I don't think he should have came back early because I think the smartest thing DeMarcus Lawrence did, I said it last year, bro, you know you're not going to be here next year. I said the moment DeMarcus Lawrence went down, go back and check the tape. I said it immediately. DeMarcus Lawrence played his last down for the Cowboys. I said it. I said it back then. Because DeMarcus Lawrence would have been dumb to come back to play early for the Cowboys, knowing full well he wasn't going to be here next year. I think Diggs should have did the same thing. Diggs should have sat down until he was 100%. Don't hit the field 90, 95, 99. It's your future. It's your future. Diggs, it just, the Cowboys and Diggs were already done. I've been saying it. It's not new. I have been saying it. Now, Merrill Ray, you got a problem here. You said I would take a Coke and a hot dog for Trayvon Diggs. Problem is, I don't think anybody's going to give you anything for Diggs. I don't think they're going to give you anything. Michael H. said Diggs isn't the best communicator, and he too easy to send him to his feelings. Let me tell you something. Michael H., you just hit another powerful point about Trayvon Diggs. Trayvon Diggs has to be one of the most sensitive players I've seen outside of Kevin Durant. Trayvon Diggs is very, very sensitive. Doesn't like a lot of criticism. And that is blatantly obvious when you look at the people he's blocked on. Man, there are people talking about this dude done blocked them on X. And some people are like, I never even said anything negative about him. I'm just telling you, this is Diggs. But again, I keep saying it. This is not a performance issue with Diggs. I don't think it's a performance issue as much as it is the front office. I mean, they don't like Diggs. I don't know any other way to put it. They don't like Diggs. They came out the box on Diggs. They came out the box on Diggs as soon as the season started. Brandon Cubb said Diggs can play, but garbage attitude, garbage confidence, and not working the scheme equals not part of the team player scenario. Man, let me tell you something. I took a class in college, and one of the things they told me in my master's work. So in my master's work, we had a preaching class. And I'm going to tell you what the teacher told me. Not me, he told the whole class. Because by this time, I've been a preacher for a while. He said, let me tell y'all something. He said, I know some of y'all been preaching for a long time. You got congregations, blah, 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 whatever the case may be. He said, but in this class, you're going to preach exactly the way I tell you to preach. And you're going to do the assignments exactly the way I told you to do them. And you're not going to do anything different. Because if you do, you fail this class. It is what it is. It is what it is. There's nothing else you can say about it. And so again, as you listen to the things they're saying, they're telling you everything you need to know. They're telling you straight up. They're telling you every single thing you need to know. Why all this kind of talk now that Diggs ain't there? Why? Why? Now, the question is, how will they perform again without Diggs? How will they perform this Sunday without Diggs? Star Guardian X, he said, I have faith in the Cowboys this week, but in the back of my mind, I'm a little nervous because we have been getting way too praise in the media. Too much praise in the media. Yeah, we have been. But I think if the Cowboys are smart, they're not listening. And I don't think they're listening anyway. And the reason why I don't think they're listening is this. I don't think they're listening because they have not beat the Denver Broncos since September the 10th, 1995. That's the last time they beat them. Javonte Williams. Javonte Williams didn't leave the Denver Broncos in the best way. Javonte Williams is coming back to play. I promise you. Javonte Williams is a class act. I did some research and a video on him in the past. I'm telling you, Javonte Williams is a class act. But he coming to ball. Javonte Williams is coming to Denver to ball. You watch what I tell you. He gonna run. And I'm telling you, he gonna run, and he's going to run, and Brian Schottenheimer is going to feed him. But I do think another smart thing that Brian's going to do. You watch what I tell you. Sean Payton is a shrewd operator. A very shrewd operator. I mean, he's got kind of a checkered past as it applies to being vindictive. You go ahead and just go back and follow Sean Payton. I guarantee you Sean Payton has told the Denver Broncos he better not get 100 yards. I guarantee you Sean Payton has told him something along those lines. Don't you let Javonte Williams get 100 yards. Cowboys can use that to their advantage. They're going to be keying on Javonte Williams. Play action. Play action should be able to work in this game. Screen game should be able to work in this game. Seam routes should be able to work in this game. The Denver Broncos blitz more than anybody in the league. The Cowboys have got they're going to have some great opportunities in this game. But I'm telling you now, Javonte Williams is going to be the key. And I think Javonte going to run roughshod over the Denver Broncos. You watch what I tell you. Because the Cowboys themselves love Javonte Williams so much. You watch what I tell you. They're going to block their butts off. You watch what I tell you. Alicia, she said, gee, wonder how different Diggs would be if he'd had a different best friend that didn't feed the negativity. Alicia, I'll never understand the whole thing with Diggs and Michael Parsons. This is a part of the NFL. It's part of the NFL. People get traded all the time. Dak Prescott and Ezekiel Elliott were best buddies. It is what it is. It's a football business. You can't get, and this is what Brian even preached from the beginning. Man, the business is the business. Don't let the business get in the way of football. And I think one of the things that Diggs has done is Diggs has allowed his feelings to get in the way of football. And has allowed his feelings on the business to get in the way of football. Because I don't even think Diggs thought that they were going to trade Michael Parsons. I think he was shocked. Cornelius Harris said, keep him on IR and get more defensive talent in, even if it's not cornerback. Cornelius, I'm going to tell you something. I'm wondering about Trayvon Diggs' contract. Because I'm wondering how true all this is. Now, where I'm struggling is, something had to have happened. I listened to the guys on the radio the other day, and they were talking about this, and they said that Trayvon Diggs came into the locker room. I can't remember the day it was. I think it was Thursday. I might have been running some errands. And no, it was yesterday. And they said he came in, and he had one of those things on that where only thing you can see is your eyes. And they said when they tried to talk to him, he didn't give him any conversation. And I noticed that Brian Schottenheimer even said, okay, they got the information on Trayvon Diggs, but they're not going to tell anybody. They're going to let Trayvon Diggs tell you whatever it is that happened to him. So something must have happened. Question is, how serious was it? But at the end of the day, hey, Edward Frazier said, what happened to the Milton talk? Edward Frazier. It's amazing to me how people were talking about Joe Milton and Dak Prescott better not get hurt and blah, blah, blah. Okay. Well, I can tell you this. Dak Prescott has set the bar pretty high. Joe Milton comes in, boy, he absolutely better ball out. It's also crazy when you think about the people who were saying Cooper Rush was better than Dak Prescott. I wonder what those people are now. Brandon Cup, don't say stuff like this. You'll make people mad. Diggs set us up, in my opinion, at least 4 TDs on this dude, and it wasn't contested. It was clear they was hoping. Hey, don't say stuff like this. You'll make people mad. Q-Town said, why is Trayvon and his brother so hard to work with? I mean, it isn't his brother on his 2 or 3 team now. Hey, a lot of people have been saying send him over to New England. Michael H. said, flu scheme. All it takes is one player to get caught freelancing. Yeah, Michael H. Yeah, I talked about that defense before. Freddie said, what I don't get is how are you trying to portray yourself as a thug, but you getting your feelings so fast and easy like a wimp. Bro, man, you get so many of these people like that. Bro, there are so many of these people. It's not just him. There are so many of these people always running around trying to be hard and trying to be this and trying to be that. Boy, they get in their feelings so quick. Boy, they get in their feelings so quick, it'll make your head spin. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Merrill Ray, he said, I'm 58 and I watched Roger Staubach, Troy McToney, Romo, and Dak Prescott and Dak Prescott have trouble in Denver. Yeah, Denver's gonna be a big task for the Cowboys. Mile high for a reason. Yeah, Kanye, 92 mile high, 95 home. Yes, it's tough. It's tough to play, and this is why the Cowboys got to get up on them boys. They have got to get up on them boys. JCT Slice, absolute facts. Diggs and Parsons were the same guys throwing shade at Dak Prescott not too long ago, and now look at what happened to both of them since. Karma, G, the Lord is always watching. Yeah, both of them go. Both of them go. Yeah. Brandon said we should have traded Milton to Minnesota for 2 picks. Oh, that ain't gonna happen. They ain't gonna give you no 2 picks for him. Elwood Frazier said if a line holds up well, we win. All right, let's listen to some more of Newhouse fam. What up? Let's listen to some more Brian Schottenheimer. But again, this team is telling you all you need to know. This is why I keep saying, and I don't care who it makes mad. Trayvon Diggs is not a performance issue. I'm not telling you he's the best performer, but it's not a performance issue. They don't want that stuff no more. It's the bottom line. They don't want no more of the Michael Parsons, Trayvon Diggs type of drama. They don't want it no more. Shotty is trying to build a different type of team. I'm giving Shotty all the credit in the world. He's trying to build a different type of team.
Eberflus said it yesterday that the matchup dictated more man. Do the analytics show one way or another that Bo Nix is better against man or zone this week?
Well, why would I answer that question when you know? I'm sure Sean Payton's in his office right now with his notebook open, making notes with what you guys are talking about, and listening to us talk about big butts and me fumbling fast in the national championship game. But hey, look, you talk about Bo Nix. The guy's an incredible young quarterback. But really, the worst part about me going up against a Bo Nix-led team is I played against his dad in college, so that just means I'm old. Yeah. I know. Yeah, I liked a little bit of yeah. So his dad Patrick was the quarterback at Auburn when I was at Florida. Now his dad played and I didn't. So let's leave it at that.
Let me read a couple comments, boy. Y'all got some great comments pouring in, man. I appreciate y'all, boy. Y'all rocking it with these comments. Gwen Bowden said, Michael and Diggs both jealous of Dak and always will be. Dak let them haters hate. Well, let me tell you something that's strange. Let me tell you something that's absolutely strange again. Why is Jerry Jones saying stuff like this? Jerry Jones said we made a choice and we bet on Dak Prescott. What in the world I got to do with Michael Parsons? Why did Jerry say stuff like that? I want you to think about now. Somebody mentioned this and I forgot who I was listening to. But I thought it was a very interesting point because I'd already made it before. But when Michael Parsons left this team, Dak Prescott became the unchallenged leader. And you can tell Dak's always been a great leader. But Dak has stepped it up, and I don't think a lot of people thought that Dak Prescott could turn it up the way he's turned it up. Dak Prescott has turned it up to another level. Dak Prescott is the unequivocal leader on this team. Period. End of story. And it's like Brian Schottenheimer. Just think about the culture. A lot of the things that we are watching from Brian Schottenheimer were some of the same things that Dak Prescott was talking about last year when he was complaining about this team. And it's like Brian Schottenheimer's come in and done some of those things that Dak is talking about. And so when you look at how this team is constructed, and when Diggs leaves, because Diggs, I'd already said this, it's not new. I said at the beginning, Diggs is done. He out of here. It's just a matter of when. It'll either be the trade deadline or it'll be, we know at the end of the season, he out of here. There ain't no negotiating. This team is going to be exactly, from the culture perspective, it's going to be exactly what they want. It's going to be exactly what they want. All football, no loudmouth talk, no loudmouth talking, no speaking against the coaches, none of that. Everybody's going to be, you're going to hear everybody doing exactly what Maurice Leofau did in talking about Brian Schottenheimer. They're all going to be quoting Brian Schottenheimer, and that's exactly how you want it. It's exactly how you want it. And when I see people who like this kind of behavior, okay. When I see people who like that kind of crazy stuff, I know what kind of person they are. And those are the kind of people, y'all can do what y'all want to do. I stay clear of people like that. I stay clear of people like that because if they do it to them, they'll do it to you. They do it to them, they'll do it to you. And people who always calling people out, always laugh. They call people out, but they never call themselves out. Because they're the only ones always right in every situation, and you're wrong. Diggs don't fit the team. Straight up. Roy Bell said Diggs also listens to podcasters. He just blocked a few. Yep. Which is something he should not be doing. Put more effort in rehab and leave social media alone. I mean, getting in Bubba Dub's DMs are crazy. Bro, that's crazy work, man. Man, this is social. Man, let me tell you, that's social media stuff. Bro, we gotta stop letting people hold us hostage on social media. I'm not letting nobody on social media hold me hostage. I'm not accountable to anybody on social media. I'm not trying to prove anything to anybody on social media. They can say what they want and do what they want. But I'm gonna do me. I put God first. I'm gonna do it the way to where I always give God the glory. Star Guardian next says some players have all the talent in the world, but unfortunately are cancer in the locker room. Shotty and Jones are cutting out the cancers. Star Guardian next, they'll never see it. They don't see it and they don't understand it. Niecy made the great point the other day. I had said it before, but I think Niecy said it the best. It's amazing how people hate on the front office for loving our guys while loving our guys. She said it perfectly. Brandon Cuff said Diggs is an attitude and confidence problem, either for him or for the team. It's called a plague. He's contagious and it shows. He needs a new start. He needs a new start. Maybe he'll be great somewhere else. Just needs a new start. Yeah, he just needs a new start. Just bottom line. Yeah, the 70 show. Diggs is a healthy scratch this week. And I wonder, does he have a clause in his contract that if he got hurt, would the Cowboys have to give him would his next season be guaranteed? I wonder if he's got something like that. McMahon, he said AOC got Diggs in his feelings, man. I saw you. Boy, I was laughing when he blocked. I was laughing when he blocked AOC. I was absolutely laughing, man. And like I said, man, he does this. I mean, he came, what was it, last year or a year? I think it was last year he came out on a reporter. Dude hadn't even gotten in the locker room, still had his uniform on, and came out against the reporter. It's crazy. Hey, Gregory, what's up? What up, Newhouse fam?
So, Coach, what did you think? What was your evaluation of Bo coming out of college? He had kind of an up and down college career. It was a tale of two careers, really. And how has he played? And has it played the way you expected him to in the National Football League?
Well, first of all, we're a big Auburn family, and most of my family has gone through Auburn. I don't know how that happened, being a Gator, but so we're big Auburn people. That game's usually on the TV at our house somewhere. But again, I think he's part of the new generation.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you, Brandon Cook.
When you look at with the transfer portal and stuff like that, I think he had something like 60-something career starts or something like that, and I think. It was definitely up and down. I think he found his groove at Oregon more so than Auburn, although he did some good things at Auburn. But the athleticism and the quick twitch and the ability to extend plays, that's always been there. I think I heard Flus say the other day in the defensive meeting, I think he's got 6 fourth-quarter comebacks already in his career, which tells you that there's poise, there's confidence. He's got some really good weapons. I mean, Cortland Sutton's a guy that we're very impressed with watching him on film, and Evan Ingram's a guy that's been around a long time. He's a true weapon. But to answer the question, I really like Bo coming out, but again, he is really developing into a fine player at a very young age.
Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Coach, across the NFL this season, there have been 6 drives that have begun in the final minute of the first half, and they ended in a touchdown. So your team has half of those.
Katharina Kiss said, hit that like button.
What is it about your offense that makes it particularly difficult for teams to defend in those situations where you're kind of up against the clock at the end of the first half?
Well, I think it starts, and ends with really the players. I mean, I think, you got a quarterback in Dak that's extremely confident and comfortable in what we're trying to do from a 2-minute attack. You've got elite weapons across the board with, CD and George and Ferg and Turp and guys like that. And then, again, the guy that doesn't get enough credit is Javonte Williams ripping off 50 and 60-yard runs at the end of, 2-minute drives. And also, I think, guys, we literally practice this every day. Not even at full speed, because it's hard to practice at full speed every day. But we do 2-minute and game management stuff every day. And matter of fact, today is the day that Ryan Feeder gets up in front of the team and takes them through some of the things that he and I have already watched this morning. And I just think there's a comfort level with what we're trying to do in those situations, and it shows with our ability to do it. What'd you say? Half the time, 3 of 6 or whatever it is. It goes back to confidence and preparation.
Coach, what's your philosophy? It seems like in these games in the first half, you guys will try and draw the defense off sides and use a timeout, and you have no problem using the timeout. Is your philosophy that first half timeouts, you're just willing to use them a little bit more liberally than you would in the second half?
Yeah, I mean, you never want to burn timeouts, but yeah.
I've never understood why teams don't use timeouts in the first half. Why not? They don't carry over. Yeah, I like when they do it. I mean, it's a strategic move. Who cares about first half timeouts? I mean, who really care about them? I mean, if you're getting to the end of the second quarter, why not use them if you can use them in strategic ways? I actually like this move the Cowboys have been doing.
Like when you get into a short yardage 4th and 1 and, stranger things have happened. People have jumped off sides, but there's a clear distinction between when you would use your timeouts in the first half compared to the second half. In the second half, man, they are like the golden ticket, man. Like you don't want to give them up because you never know when you're going to need them. Whereas in the first half, you're a little bit more, not casual, that's not the word, but choose the right time to use them and try them. And again, it hasn't worked for us yet, but you never know when it does. And it's definitely a big distinction between first and second half.
Coach, Denver has the most prolific pass rush in the league by the numbers, and one of the more successful lobbying campaigns, I guess, from the analytics community over the last decade has been getting a lot of fans to say that sacks are largely a quarterback stat. How do you believe in that concept, or what are your thoughts on that concept of sacks generally being a quarterback stat?
Oh man, I tell you what, I think, I don't know if I agree with that. I think, there's so many things that go into sacks, and, I think, when we talk about pass protection as a unit, offensively, of course, we talk about, look at, the offensive line or the running backs are the ones that generally get credit for giving up the sack, when in reality there's so many things that are in play. The quarterback holding on to the ball too long, the quarterback not trusting his read, receivers not getting open. There's different things. So what I will say is this. I think one of the reasons why we are so efficient right now on offense and scoring so many points is we are not giving up sacks. I know, Tom Moore, longtime legendary NFL offensive coordinator, man, he used to always talk about, there was a number that was like 7%. And if you give up a sack, there's like a 7% chance of scoring touchdowns. And I think that's real, man, because of momentum, and the defense feeds off it. And this is an outstanding pass rush group, led by Nick Bonita and, Jonathan Cooper and DJ Jones and guys like that. Very, very talented. And shoot, they led the league last year in sacks, and I think they got 34 right now.
Coach Vance.
Yeah, Cowboys going to have their hands full with Vance Johnson. And I don't know if they're – let me tell you something. Vance Johnson got his hands full with the Cowboys too. Vance Johnson has his hands full with the Cowboys. We're going to talk about this when we get to how do we beat the Broncos. We're going to talk about that in a moment. Star Garden said another year or two, Shotty will have this team right. Yeah, Star Garden next, they're building a great culture. Now, the problem is with some people and why they get so mad when you talk about their favorite players is because their favorite players don't fit the culture. Michael Parsons did not fit the culture Brian Schottenheimer was trying to build. Trevon Diggs don't fit the culture that Brian Schottenheimer has built. He don't fit. He don't fit. And for some people, they don't mind people out here running their mouth. But I don't think Brian Schottenheimer likes it. I don't think he likes all that nonsense. And so, and then we get people who will be pretending like we letting go. People will be pretending like we letting go of a top 5 cornerback. I mean, or we're not playing a top 5 cornerback. I mean, come on, man. We got to stop this stuff. But at the end of the day, I'm just telling us, man, this team, just listen to how they're talking. Just listen to how they're talking now. The energy looks totally different on this team now. It looks totally, totally different. I want to see what happens. I don't know if Trevon Diggs has played his last down with the Cowboys. Some people think that he has. I still say the Cowboys are going to have a hard time trading Trevon Diggs if that's what they're trying to do, because not only do you have to find a trade partner, you got to find a trade partner that's willing to take on Trevon Diggs' money. Who's willing to take on his money? I just don't know if you're going to find somebody willing to take on Trevon Diggs' money, even at a prorated rate. And if I'm a team right now, I'm looking at Trevon Diggs. I don't think Trevon Diggs is all the way back yet. So I already know he has no more guaranteed money. I mean, if I'm a YouTuber and I know that he don't have any more guaranteed money, and I know that he ain't going to be, man, everybody should know by now he's not going to be here next year. If I'm a team, the only way I'm getting Trevon Diggs, you think about what the trade deadline is for. The trade deadline is supposed to be about getting players that can help you right now. Now, there may be some teams who will get some players that can help them next year, or I think there'll be some teams like that. But for the most part, trade deadline is for teams to say, hey, this is where we are, and we want to get this and this and this to help push us over the line. What team would be looking at Trevon Diggs saying Trevon Diggs help pushes us over the line this year? And so if you are not looking at Trevon Diggs saying Trevon Diggs doesn't push us over the line this year, then you could just wait until the end of the season and let the Cowboys go ahead and cut Trevon Diggs. Because I'm telling you, I don't think they're going to be able to trade him. Who's going to want to trade for Trevon Diggs? Especially with the Cowboys in the situation they're in. You're going to cut him anyway. Why are we going to give you something for him? We'll wait on you to cut him. We'll wait. So I don't know if the Cowboys are going to be able to. I don't know if they're going to find somebody that wants Trayvon Diggs like that. I really don't. Now, maybe if you put Trayvon Diggs maybe if you put him in a trade package, a team would take him. But I still just make me wonder, will they eat the money? Just saying, Cowboys in a tough situation, and that's why I was wondering, like, does he have some kind of clause in his contract? Because I don't know if y'all remember, but what was the guy's name? The linebacker the Cowboys had. What's his name? It was Jalen Smith, I think it was. He wound up getting the Cowboys on the okie doke because he wound up having a surgery. Which guaranteed his following season. So I wonder if Trayvon Diggs has something in his contract where if he was to get hurt this season, would his next season be guaranteed? I just wonder. I really wonder about that. So again, I don't know if the Cowboys, Catherine Rita Kiss says, facts G, nobody wants to trade Diggs. I mean, there are some people out there in La La Land, but I'm telling you this, it's the same thing. You take a player like Zeke, and there were people making this huge argument about Zeke. Well, nobody wanted Zeke. When the Cowboys released him, the Chargers brought him in. He never saw the field, if I'm not mistaken. Jalen Smith, thank you, 70s Fan Show. I think it'll be the same thing. I think it'll be the same thing with Diggs. Now, somebody will get Diggs after this season, I'm sure, because they won't have to pay nowhere near the money the Cowboys are paying for him. Diggs is probably going to have to go on some kind of, next time he gets a deal, he's probably going to go on a 1-year deal, and he's going to have to prove it. And if he balls out, then maybe he'll get a deal after that. But you watch what I tell you about Trayvon Diggs. I'll be shocked if he gets another big deal. Now, this is the NFL. There's always somebody out there willing to take a chance. So I'm not saying that there's not some team that out there that won't try to pay him some big time money, but I would love to see what that deal looks like. But again, I just don't think the Cowboys gonna. Who want to trade for Diggs? Brandon Cup said, I got 2 hoodies and a pair of Jordan 4s. And Diggs a cup of grass. Shoot, Brandon Cup, boy, nobody. Hey, I mean, that's about it, man. I just don't see, because the trade deadline is about getting better now. The trade deadline isn't about your team next year. So if it's about your team next year, you can just casually sit back, let the Cowboys cut Diggs, because they're gonna cut him more than likely. They're going to cut him. And next year you could probably trade him, if you wanted to trade him, because he got no guaranteed money left. He has no guaranteed money left. So we'll see, but I think he's out of here. Marvin May said, I don't think anybody wants him either, G. We just might have to cut him. I think that's if I'm a team, I'm going to wait on the Cowboys to cut him. I'm not trading for him unless I absolutely just want him. But at the end of the day, you are typically trying to trade for players that can help you now. So the only way I see him being in some kind of trade is in a package. It's the only thing I can see. Brandy, I said the same thing. This started with how he rehabbed when he left from there. Exactly. And it's obvious. It made the Cowboys mad because as soon as they got a chance to get the microphone, the Cowboys started killing Trayvon Diggs. And I don't think Trayvon Diggs helped himself out when he got involved with the Micah Parsons stuff and being in the interview with Micah Parsons. I even said then, that's crazy right there. I thought that was crazy. Shoot, I don't know about y'all, but when somebody about to get fired, I'm not trying to hook myself to him like that. Mac Man said the fact that the front office had to voice needing more leadership from Michael proved he wasn't a natural born leader. Leaders don't need to be told. And I'll tell you the next part, Mac, man. This is why I say I don't care who it makes mad. Y'all haven't noticed how now that Trayvon is not playing, how much more even it's like, especially Matt Eberflus, how he emphasized leadership, how he emphasized all 11 guys. He even emphasized how corners willing to tackle. Shoot, I'm telling you, man. Say what you want to. It is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah, Cornelius Harris. Okay, you said Diggs has a guaranteed injury clause. If I'm the Cowboys, he don't hit the field for me again. And this is why I believe there is something there. Maybe he did come to the team and tell him that something happened to him. But if I'm the Cowboys, if he's got an injury clause built in and he's already, whatever he had happen at home, he won't play for me again. Philip Trout said if they trade Diggs, he will talk reckless about the Cowboys. And then the same people who don't want you talking about the Cowboys will be agreeing with Diggs, saying that what he's saying is right. This is the very reason why I wouldn't want a player like that on my team. Gregory said, gee, I'm not in a hurry to get rid of Diggs. I know he isn't playing like he did 2 years ago, but there isn't any cornerback on the Cowboys that is playing that much better than him. Now, Gregory, notice what you said. You said there isn't a cornerback on the Cowboys that is playing much better. But that's the problem. Because you're not paying him for cornerbacks to be much better than him. He is supposed to be the cornerback on your team. And I'll tell you this, Gregory, and you know I always respect everybody's opinion, and I can see what you're saying there. I could absolutely see what you're saying, but I'll tell you like this. The only reason why I am with the Cowboys, I'm with the Cowboys if they continue with Diggs. I'm with the Cowboys if they don't continue with Diggs. I've said it before, I'm going to say it again. I want Diggs to have the best season of his career. I'm telling you, I wish Diggs would come back next week, stay healthy the whole season, get 10 interceptions, and return 7 of them for touchdowns. Why? Because that means the Cowboys are winning. Why would I want Diggs to fail? Why would I want Diggs to fail if he's playing on the Cowboys? I don't want Diggs to fail if he's playing for the Cowboys. I don't want Diggs to fail if he's not playing for the Cowboys. But if Diggs is playing on the Cowboys, if he steps back on the field, I want Diggs to be the cornerback he was 2 years ago. I want Diggs to be the best cornerback on the Dallas Cowboys team. I want Diggs to be that. But if the Cowboys decide not to go with Diggs, if I'm the Cowboys, Diggs don't hit the field for me again. If he got that clause in his contract that if he gets hurt, he gets his a fully guaranteed contract the next season, he can't play for me again. Not me. Because I am not going to be on the hook for another year of Trevon Diggs when it's clear they don't want him here. Brandy said, my best friend won't stop my bag. Shoot, me neither. The one thing I wouldn't do in professional sports, I would never get so attached to another player that if he gets he gets hurt, I'm gonna go out there and be putting my career on the line, talking about, well, we shouldn't have done. Hey, man, it's a football business. Nothing should surprise you in this game. Stargarden X said, gee, if we win this game, the new goalpost is going to be, well, the Broncos weren't as good as people thought. Yep. Tyrone Church, I'm with you, man. Bland is playing better. Bland is absolutely playing better. Straight up facts. And I think the Cowboys are willing. Hey, y'all don't find all of this to be just kind of like how crazy all this is happening? All of a sudden, Josh Butler, Savon Revel Jr., they put in Triquez Bridges, how all of this is happening. It's all seemed kind of weird to me. Yeah, Michael H. Injury clause, something not adding up, unexplained concussion. Hey, he could never hit the field for me again. Not especially if he got that injury clause, he can't play for me again. No. Timothy said, gee, Diggs not healthy enough. Timothy, I said this from the beginning. I'd have never hit the field if I'd have been him. Not until I was 100%. But I believe he wanted to prove to the Cowboys that his rehab was this, that, and the other. Man, I would have did exactly what DeMarcus Lawrence did. Bro, you don't need to prove anything to anybody. You were going to get your money regardless. You didn't have to prove anything to anybody. Get yourself 100% healthy. Put the best tape out there that you could put out there so that when you are no longer with the Cowboys, you can do what DeMarcus Lawrence did. DeMarcus Lawrence has went to the Seattle Seahawks, and they're doing really well. And DeMarcus Lawrence looks pretty doggone good. I've watched him 2 times this season. He looks pretty doggone good. Freddie Morales, I just said it. He said, I want Diggs to succeed for 2 reasons. It would mean the boys are winning, and 2, I didn't mention this part. Facts. I could get a better draft pick for him. Yes, sir. I agree with you there, too. Cowboys fan, touche. He said, I can't say Bland playing better when they were missing their top 3 wide receivers. Okay. Touche. Well, I can tell you this, Cowboys fan. We're going to see this week. This is why I'm very interested to see what the Cowboys do this week. I want to see how they play this week. I want to see if I really want to see how do they play this week. Dante Moore, what's up with you? He said, man, you're taking it too far like you are the owner of the Cowboys. He said, that man said he failed. You're putting too much on it. I don't know if he failed or not. I didn't even hear he failed. I don't know what he did. I don't know what he did. So I'm not taking it that far. I'm taking it where I know it is. The Cowboys have been taking shots at Trevon Diggs, Dante Moore from the beginning of the season. Stevie Wonder can see the Cowboys are done with Trevon Diggs after this season. There is no doubt about it. There is no doubt about it. And this is why I said from the beginning, if anything, Trevon Diggs should have focused on just getting 100% healthy so next season he can go to a team and start his career there, because his career with the Cowboys is done. It's bottom line. It was done before this. It was done before this. Yeah, Newhouse fam, I hadn't heard he failed. So maybe he talking and I didn't know it. I hadn't heard anything about him falling.
Joseph is the defensive coordinator there in Denver, and that's somebody you spent a couple years having chess matches with him in the NFC West. When you were with Seattle, he was with Arizona. What stands out about the way he kind of does things on defense?
I mean, there's a style. I think it starts with the front that they play. I mean, they want to play the 3-4 style of front, and they want to get their edge pieces really, really wide. That means they're going to contain everything. Like, they basically line up out wider than the widest, which means if we've got a 2 tight end set and we're in a pair set over here to the right, the Sam linebacker, Jonathan Cooper, is going to be outside of the pair set tight end. And why is that? It's to contain things. And so, they try to contain everything. They force everything back inside to the linebackers and the safeties and things like that. That's why you saw him go out and pay Hufanga, from San Francisco, to add him. And then again, I think, the other thing that you look at with these guys, man, is they're built to – with they play 3-4. So compare Carolina to Denver. Very, very different. Maybe a good thing for us since we got our butts whipped by Carolina. But Carolina's more of a 2-gap read and react, and this team is a 3-4 attacking, because what they want to do is they want to knock the guards and centers back with Allen and DJ Jones and those guys into the pass rushers, Cooper and Bonita. And so very, very different, but it's what he's always done. And then third down, they're outstanding. I think they're first in the league in third down. They're forcing a ton of third and longs, and they're first in the league in red zone. So statistically, they're one of the best defenses in the league, and the film proves that as well.
Brian Schottenheimer joined us here, 105 through the Fan. I haven't picked up on a trend on whether y'all always are going to, take the ball or kick, whether you win the coin toss or not. But when do you decide that during the week? What goes into that decision on whether to kick or receive?
There's a lot of things that go into it. We normally kind of decide it.
Yeah, I feel you, Dante Moore.
Tomorrow.
Yes, sir. I feel you on that.
A lot of factors that come
into.
Yeah,
you say you're not saying it in a bad way. You said you just think Jerry Jones needs to be a man. You know what, Dante? You know what? I can get with you on that. I can get with you on that. Yeah, I think what you're kind of saying, Dante Moore, is that you just wish they would go ahead and say they done with him or whatever the case may be. But I guess at the same time, I guess they don't want to be too direct because they've been playing him, but now they're not playing him. But then again, and Dante, let's think about the business side of this. Even though you can tell what they're saying, they can't say too much because then you won't be able to trade him. You can't say too much because then you won't be able to trade him. Cowboys fan, touche. I like what you said. Gee, folks better remember how hard it was to get another good corner after Newman left Dallas. I like what you said. Cowboys fan, let me tell you something. Cowboys fan 864. The Cowboys believe Savon Revel Jr. is him. And that's what they got him for, I believe. Yeah. Hey, they believe Savon Revel Jr. is that replacement. Now, you know what? And I'm going to tell you something. I like something that Brian Schottenheimer said about Savon Revel Jr. I'm going to try to cue it up because people started asking Brian Schottenheimer about Savon Revel Jr. And I love the fact that Brian Schottenheimer told them, hey, man, y'all don't put too much on Savon Revel Jr. I mean, this guy is a rookie. He's coming off an injury, and he said, don't put too much on him. Let's let him develop because a lot of people, I'm going to tell you what they do. They're going to do the same thing they did or trying to do to Jaden Blue. Jaden Blue has played all of 14 snaps. 14 snaps for the Cowboys. And there are people out there who are just already trying to say, he ain't good enough. He's this, he that. Hold on, man. We already know that he wasn't a starter at Texas. We already know he wasn't a starter at Texas. But we also know that there is a certain role that Jaden Blue can play on your team the same way he did on Texas. Jaden Blue is not a bell cow back. Jaden Blue, if you look at what's classified as a big back, Jaden Blue is not classified as a big back. He's on that borderline area, 5'9", 196. But I'm telling you, when you 5'9" and 196, that ain't small. That ain't small. But again, I get what people are saying. The Cowboys knew what he was when they brought him here. It's why they drafted him in the 5th and not in the 3rd. It's why they drafted him in the 5th and not in the 2nd or the 1st. The Cowboys already knew they were going to have to bring Jaden Blue up to speed on the pro game. They already knew this. And I believe you're going to watch Jaden Blue. We'll see what happens this week. I believe you're going to watch Jaden Blue start to get more and more of a role in the Cowboys offense. Why? Because he is a legitimate weapon. Went back and looked at the film on him last week because I was trying to see, people were talking about what has he done to warrant to get more snaps. Go back and look at what he did. He was 7 for 28. Now, one of those runs was a 14-yard run called back because of a holding call on Jalen Tolbert. You take away that one penalty, rather than him being 7 for 28. Now you're going to add 14 more yards to that. So now you're going to have him at 7 for 42. And if you're telling me that this dude is going to run on just 7 carries, you're telling me on 7 carries, he literally would have had an average of 5.5 yards per carry? Come on, man. Stop it. They're going to keep ramping him up. Same thing they have done with Donovan Ezeraku. This is the Cowboys plan. They have not thrown in too many of these rookies. They have not thrown them in just unless injury made them do it. Shamar James, but even before then, they were ramping Shamar James up slowly but surely. Donovan Ezeraku, slowly but surely. Jaden Blue, 4, he went from 3, 4, now he's at 7. I see a day where he's going to probably get somewhere 10 to 15. He's probably going to get about 10 to 15 snaps. They're going to probably try to get him about 10 to 12 touches. Some in the run game, some in the passing game. They're going to ramp him up. And I say the same thing with Savon Revel Jr. And I'm just saying all of that, Cowboys fan, that Savon Revel Jr. is Trayvon Diggs' replacement. And I believe the Cowboys believe that they have their corners. Their corners are Deron Blanchard and Savon Revel Jr. And they're going to give Savon Revel Jr. every opportunity to prove that he is the Trayvon Diggs replacement. You're going to see them ramp him up slowly this year. And by the end of the season, if he's playing well, you're going to start seeing him get the majority of the snaps. They're going to have him as one of the outsides. I don't know what they're going to do with Kyrie Elam. Maybe they'll move Kyrie outside, in some of the things they do. And they'll flip-flop, blend in between the slot and the outside. I believe Triquez Bridges is going to get some work in there too. No, I think they got their cornerbacks. I absolutely do. True Texan said Diggs is done. Is it now or later? Now if but when. Not if but when. Yeah. Star Guardian X said, laugh out loud, did Shotty just diagnose Broncos defense? Oh, yeah. Man, let me tell you something. Shotty know football. There is no doubt about it. He know football.
Play, it's, okay, how do we feel about the openers? How do we feel about the team we're playing? Are there other things, wind or, sun that that affect your decision making? And there's a bunch of those things that come into play. And again, I'm probably by nature more of a defer guy.
Carlito Cash said that he said that Savon Revel Jr. be balling in man
is important, but as we've proven, there's different reasons to do different things.
Coach, Trayvon Diggs, Donovan Wilson both have not practiced yet this week. Tyler.
Yeah, Raheem, I like what you said too. This is another great comment. Raheem, I appreciate you. He said it's a bad look to say you're completely done with someone who's playing for your team. Yeah, I appreciate that. He said from the outside looking in, it dehumanizes them. And you know what, Raheem? I think the Cowboys, it's strange to me how the Cowboys have been doing this. You can tell they're saying things about him, but they won't say things directly about him. I think that's kind of what Dante was saying here. And I think that's kind of where they are. It's a tough situation, but at the end of the day, they don't want Diggs. And I think that's the bottom line. They don't want Diggs. Cowboys fan, touche, I agree. He said they believe Taco was him and Mozzie. Many more, that's not seeming to pan out. I hope Revel succeeds. But even so, you want to keep a Diggs to help him grow and get a third corner on the cheap for a year. I don't think they're going to do it, Cowboys fan. I don't think they're going to do it. And the reason why I don't think they're going to do it is that Trayvon Diggs is too loud. I don't think they're going to do it. Brandon said, I hope Savon is that replacement, but people are putting a lot of faith in a rookie who never took the field in the NFL. Now, Brandy, Brian Schottenheimer already said, don't do that. Said, don't do it. Don't do it. He's going to need time. He's coming off an injury. They're going to ramp Savon Revel Jr. up slowly. And this is similar to what they've done with all of their players. Well, not all of them. But they've done it with Donovan Ezeraku. They've ramped him up slowly but surely. They're ramping they're ramping up Jaden Blue, I believe. They're ramping him up. And I think they're going to continue to follow suit. Now, they didn't do it with Tyler Booker because, he's a first-round draft pick, so he's supposed to come in straight off he's supposed to come straight off the assembly line and start balling. Yeah, Alvarez Diggs just got put on injured reserve. Wow. When does he come off? Wow. King Paris said Diggs is officially on injured reserve according to Nick Harris. It's over for Diggs. Hey, I'm just telling you. I honestly wouldn't put him back on the field if he's got that injury clause built into his contract. If I'm the Cowboys, he couldn't touch the field for me again. I wouldn't let him touch the field either. I understand. I don't know what their reasoning is. I wouldn't let him back on the field. He got an injury at home. You let him back on the field. Then what if he gets injured even further? I don't even know I don't really know what happened, but what if he gets injured even further? So what do you do? So, let me read this super chat. Junior up in this thing. Junior, what's going on? Appreciate that $20 super chat. Junior, what up, G? It's hard as fans But we have to wrap our heads around the fact that this is an evaluation year. Yeah, I like what you said there. He said, don't expect any huge trade. They have to evaluate their young players. Can't do that by bringing in veterans. Now, Junior, let's think on this. I do think the Cowboys are trying to do a big trade. They just can't get the fish yet. I think the Cowboys, and I think this is why Jerry has been kind of, just listen to how Jerry's been talking, you know. Jerry's been talking kind of like, yeah, you know, we're going to do this. Jerry's like, yeah, we're not inclined to one way or another to make a trade, or we don't have anyone in particular. I think they do. And I think who they had on their minds was Max Crosby. And so if it's not Max Crosby, then I do think the Cowboys are going to do something. But again, I agree. It's not going to be on a grand scale. It's not going to be on a grand scale. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Michi, yo. He said he's on their IR 4 weeks, minimum 4 games. Yeah, I think he's played his last game with the Cowboys. Freddie Morales said the way Diggs is acting about Michael, you would think that he and Diggs are a couple. My wife said the same thing. Michael H. said for a concussion. Really? Yeah. Yeah, Cowboys fans said they got him listed for knee and concussion. Now, think on this. How do we know he's not having problems with that knee? Now, you know, some people say, you know, we start talking about conspiracy theories and players not being injured. The thing for me, if Trayvon Diggs is not injured, well, how do you get away with this? How do you get away with it? Because for me, that player would have to be involved in this. How do you get the player? And I'm just asking questions. If the injury, if you're going to put a player on injured reserve, can you put the player on injured reserve and he's not truly injured? And why does he not come out and say, I'm not injured? Now, I think we saw a player do this in the past. I forgot who it was. I can't remember if it was here or another team. But if you're putting him on there for the knee, and we're going to get to Stephen Jones here next, because I do think Stephen Jones alludes to this issue of it was not only the thing that happened to him at home, but if I'm not mistaken, either Stephen or Jerry said, and he's dealing with some other things too. So Cowboys fan, maybe that's why they're saying it's a knee. Brandon Cubb, he said, G, I love this show. No nonsense is key, and you're preaching outside the book. Yeah, appreciate you, my big dog. Yes, sir. I mean, Brandon Cubb, I'm telling you, people don't like when you talk with reason and facts because they get in their feelings and then they use the facts to dictate their feelings. I'm not going to use the facts to dictate my feelings. The facts are what they are apart from my feelings. Kippy, what up? He said, we have a championship offense. 1 year ahead of schedule. Jerry will be a butt to not act this year instead of waiting. Next year will present its own problems. Trust me, with injuries and free agency. Hey, Kippy, let me tell you something. I do think the Cowboys are going to do something. I don't think they're going to try to wait. I think what they tried to do was get Max Crosby, and it didn't happen. I think there was some fire where that smoke is. They were trying, and I think they're still trying to get. I think they're trying to get. I think. Oh man, Reality Cowboy. Hold on, I gotta read Reality Cowboy. I got to read what Reality Cowboy said. I'm sorry. I just started laughing. I'm sorry. I just started because I saw his comment down here. But he made me lose my train of thought. Oh, okay, Kippy. Let me come back to Kippy. The Cowboys are trying to do something. It's Max Crosby. I don't think they're going to be able to do Max Crosby. I do think the Cowboys will make a move or a couple of moves at the trade deadline. But if it ain't Crosby, I don't think they'll be big as we've been wanting them to be. I don't think they'll be as big as we want them to be. Woo, Brandy. Brandy said, I want someone crazy about me the way Diggs is crazy about Micah. Woo! Say it. Yeah, my wife thought it was strange too, Brandy. Reality Cowboy. He said, no conspiracy theories, G. Diggs is utter trash and don't need to be playing. Reality Cowboy, don't say that to some people. He's not invested in his team. He says, Reality Cowboy said, trade or releases, but he will be in Philly next week. We don't care. Just get him out. Yeah. Freddie Virginia. He said, what up, G? Much respect to the cleanest show on YouTube. Isn't it strange that now A.J. Brown is doing the same thing? Is Michael Irvin right, or the guy's really that soft? Freddie? Appreciate the compliment. Freddie? Isn't it crazy? When I was riding yesterday, they said that A.J. Brown was out. I said, uh-oh. Here go A.J. Brown now. He want to get off the team. He wants to get off the team. Okay, the Queen. Okay, appreciate you. She said it was Rico Gathers that said he wasn't hurt. Yeah. And that's why I'm wondering, LaQueen, because if a person isn't really hurt, okay, you can put them on there, I'm sure. But don't they have a voice to say I'm not hurt? I'm just saying. Hey, Lisa Worley, my sister, what's going on with you? Yeah, Corliss, I think Jerry's trying to get Crosby. I think he's trying to get Crosby. I think that's who he's going for. Raheem. Now, this is where people got mad at me. You said I don't think he's trash. I don't think he's trash either. I don't think what he used to be, but I don't think he's trash. He said, but I don't think his heart is in the game. I said this, and people get mad about it. I don't think his heart is in the game with the Cowboys. I don't. Michael Smooth, what up with you? I don't think his heart is in the game with the Cowboys.
Guyton popped up on the injury report yesterday. How are things looking for those guys?
Yeah, again, we'll find out more today. Today's the final dress rehearsal. Again, it looks like, I don't think Trayvon will be able to make it, but we'll find out about the other couple guys. And again, we got a lot of guys that we need to see today, and it's that time of year, man. You're right into that game where I was literally thinking about this the other day. We're really 7.5 games in, because of the 2 overtime games that we've taken full time. So again, we're definitely not beat up. We're getting healthier, but we definitely got some guys that we need to see perform today.
And last one for you here, Coach. As you approach your first trade deadline, how do you expect to contribute in those conversations? Is it like an agenda item in team meetings or something where you just say,
all right, so we've heard the last question, not really as much Cowboys related as I would like it to be. Star Guardian X said Cowboys just put Diggs on injured reserve. And I'm telling you, I also heard them talking about this yesterday because they were already talking about the possibility. Somebody asked a great question. Let's go over here to X real quick. Let's see what's on X. They're already starting to talk about this. John Machota, he said the Cowboys are placing cornerback Trevon Diggs, concussion/knee, on injured reserve. And then somebody named Vishal said, hold on a second. Somebody was wondering if you can trade someone on injured reserve, and you absolutely can. You can still trade somebody on injured reserve. Cowboy Racer said, what a terrible contract Jerry gave him. Let me tell you something. I don't think that the contract was necessarily terrible, but I can tell you this. the Cowboys absolutely did Trayvon Diggs' contract right. The Cowboys absolutely did Trayvon Diggs' contract right because this is the last year of the guaranteed money. It's the last year. Last year of the guaranteed money. So the Cowboys, I don't think, now, I'll tell you this. I think the only reason why somebody is saying that it's a bad contract is that the reality is the Cowboys didn't get their money's worth out of it. Let me see here. Trayvon Diggs. Trayvon Diggs has played a total, if I'm not mistaken, since the Cowboys signed him to that monster, and I ain't gonna say it was but it was a nice deal. The deal the Cowboys signed him to. Trayvon Diggs has played a total of 19 games. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's just a part of the game. Ain't nothing you can do about it. There's nothing you can do about it. It's crazy. That's where we are. No surprise that Trayvon Diggs is on injured reserve. Absolutely no surprise to me. And y'all keep me up. If there is a press conference, y'all let me know if something comes on about it. I want to pick it up if they go live and they talk about the Trayvon Diggs thing today, which I won't think. I'd be surprised if they did. I don't think they do it today because the game is tomorrow. JCT, he said, gee, I'm tired of Shady McCoy. He said, McCoy said that part of why Diggs is acting out that people are scared to say is that he doesn't believe that Dak is that he doesn't believe Dak Prescott can win a Super Bowl. Hey, let me tell you something. It's going to be absolutely crazy if the Cowboys win a Super Bowl without Michael Parsons. And it's definitely going to be crazy if they win well without Michael Parsons and Trayvon Diggs. It's crazy. Phil Dog, he said, you called it G. Diggs' demeanor changed once Michael Parsons was traded. Cry me a river, build a bridge, and get over it. See, Phil Dog, some people are late to the party. They late to the party on this Trayvon Diggs stuff. I was talking about this before the season began. Now, all of a sudden, people are making this. Man, the writing was already on the wall. It was already on the wall, man. It is. Freddie Magenia, he said, ain't nothing wrong with these players. Coaches just finding ways to keep these cancers off the field. We can't afford to put someone out there who will lose the game. Now, Cowboys fan, he wasn't the first one to say this, though. Other people had said it. But he said it on the team. Other people were already saying the Cowboys are playing too much zone. Yeah, Diggs was right, though. We needed to play more man. Now, Cowboys fan. Now, let me push back a little bit. Tell me what you think about this. You don't find it to be strange that Matt Eberflus decided to play man the week that he wasn't playing? Now, we know that the Commanders were missing their 1, their 2, and their 3rd wide receiver. And we know that it was dictated by the situation. That's why I want to see how they play this week. But you don't find it to be strange they did some of these things with Diggs not on the field? I'm just saying. I want to see what they do this week. Will they play more man? I don't think they'll play as much man, and we're going to talk about that as we get to it. I don't think they'll play as much man this week because they're playing Cortland Sutton. They're playing some starting wide receivers. Now, I'm telling you, just prepare yourselves. One thing I know about certain people, anything that fits their narrative, they're going to quickly come out and say that if the Cowboys don't play well against the Denver Broncos, they're going to say it was because of Trayvon Diggs was not playing. Even though we know when Trayvon Diggs was playing, the Packers put up 40. The Giants put up 40. I mean, we've seen teams destroy us. Caleb Williams destroyed us with Trayvon Diggs on the field. But you watch what I tell you. People are going to use the narrative. Yeah, man, it's because Trayvon Diggs. No, it's not. No, it's not. We got to see this team string together another good game. We got to see them string together another good game. And it's going to be a tough game to string together because Sean Payton is a pretty good play caller. Yeah, touche, Cowboys fan, I agree. 96% zone was madness. We were all saying it. I don't care who your cornerbacks are. And I said before, Matt Eberflus was telling us something running 96% zone. Cowboys fan, I don't think he was trying to sabotage the team. I think he was saying that we're not talented enough to run man-to-man. Let's see how much man-to-man he runs without Diggs now. Katharina Kiss, people got mad at me when I said it. Yep. Katharina, not only did the defense look better, but the thing that got me, Katharina, I was looking at their demeanor. I'm looking at their demeanor, their attitude. Did y'all notice what DeRon Bland did? We're going to play DeRon Bland when we get to the player interviews. Did y'all remember what DeRon Bland did? DeRon Bland talked glowingly about Matt Eberflus. Nobody find that to be strange? Okay. Reality Cowboy, he said not to pull the race card. He just pulled it. Reality Cowboy said, but if Dak was a whole white milk with his numbers, they'd be talking about him being a borderline Hall of Famer. Yes, he could win a Super Bowl. They believe in Herbert, so it seems legit. Man, let me tell you something. Reality Cowboy. Not to pull the race card because I'm not going to do it either. But the NFL has an infatuation with Josh Allen and Justin Herbert. Now, I don't think it's just race, though. And the reason why I say that, Reality Cowboy, is because what has Lamar Jackson won? But MVPs. And one of them, I don't care what the writers say, they stole it. They stole it from Dak Prescott. They stole it from Dak Prescott. They stole it. So I don't know exactly what it was. I can't put my finger on it, but I can tell you this, they're talking good about him now. Kippy, you're making my point, Kippy. Kippy said, Flus lied. He will run man, just not with Diggs. Point. That's exactly what was my point. Strange how he did this with Diggs not in there. Strange. And again, I want to see how they look again. I want to see how they look again without Diggs. But again, we can't expect them to look like they looked last week against the Washington Commanders. The Washington Commanders were missing their top 3 receivers. The Denver Broncos are not going to be missing their top 3 receivers. Sean Payton is a studier of the game. I guarantee you anybody knows what gives the Cowboys problems. It's motion. He's going to run motion. He's going to run screens. He's going to run misdirection. He's going to do everything to trip up the Dallas Cowboys defense. So just get ready. The Cowboys are not going to run as much man. They will not run as much man as they did against the Washington Commanders because the game don't call for it. The game don't call for it. The game is actually going to call more zone. And this is why the guys on 105.3 The Fan were asking him about calling more zone in this game, simply because Bo Nix has been struggling in zone defense. So if you know Bo Nix struggles in zone coverage, well, what are you going to throw at him? Man-to-man? No, you're going to throw zone at him. Not to mention, the Cowboys don't have this game is actually going to call for them to probably run more zone than they did last week. So just get ready.
You now here on the Fan, and a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Doing good. How you guys doing?
Oh, we're doing good. Beating the
Y'all make sure keep your ears and eyes open that if something comes down about the Cowboys, which I don't think they would do it the day before the game, because I think they're going to try to stay focused on the game. But if something comes down to where they are if there's a live about Diggs or something, which the Cowboys are probably treating this like it's not a big deal. But let me know if something comes up.
So Jerry Jones joins us now here on the home of America's team. Of course, brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Jerry, good morning, and thank you for making the time for us this week.
Well, absolutely, and good to be on here, and good to be on here on behalf of all these Ford dealers. And those are great guys, and I've spent a lot of years excited about.
Nah, Brandy, let me tell you something.
Driving in a Ford.
People got short memory. People got short memory, Brandy. Boy, they hated Tony. Boy, they used to kill Tony Romo too. Brandy, they used to kill Tony Romo too. Not as much as they do Dak, though, because a lot of people are mad at Dak because he took Tony Romo's spot. Not as much as they killed Dak, but they killed Romo too.
Look at trying to do it as people that usually among the fans, friends of my team against your team and everything that goes with that. And I think it's a recognition of how the players are focused on winning that game.
It wasn't too long ago where we had a player, Tony Romo, who was, in trouble with even a fantasy football convention. The league would never touch Vegas. None of the sports leagues would. What changed with being okay and going to Vegas, and what changed with all that?
Well, I think that's involved. Anybody touching that sport does not have the same privileges regarding gaming that everyone else does.
We know that Jerry Jones is a riverboat gambler. What is Jerry Jones' game of choice that he's allowed to play or cut loose with?
Never fit. And so he's certainly one of the.
Yeah, hey, let me read a couple things here. Hey. Yeah, Lord Nova, Romo got hate too, but it's much more social media now. Dak get it worse. Yeah, Brandy, I agree with you. I agree with you on this, Brandy. Romo, social media wasn't like it is now. Yeah, social media wasn't like it is now, but Romo got it too. Boy, they used to kill Romo. JCT, he said Cowherd literally said he'd be willing to make excuses for Justin Herbert and Josh Allen this season. He doesn't come through in the playoffs. Hey, JCT, let me tell you something, though. Cowherd has changed his tune on Dak Prescott. He said it took him 12 chapters to get it. He said, but he gets it. Yeah, he finally said he gets Dak Prescott. Lockett D said, I don't think the players like Diggs. Lockett D, you said it, I didn't. They get mad at me if I say it. Yeah, Brandy, I don't like him talking good about Dak too much either, because you already know. Brandy, I got a saying, you've heard me say it many times. If they build you, they can kill you. If they build you, they can kill you. That's why you got to be careful. This is why one of the things that you guys may not have noticed, Brandy, one of the things you guys, and I'm sure you have noticed it, but one of the things you haven't seen me do as of yet is that I haven't got on any platforms, and I haven't had people get on my platform. Because I do think you need to establish your own and build your own. Because if they build you, when they get mad at you, if they help you build that platform, when they get mad at you, they can help tear your platform down. This is why you got to be careful, not only be careful who you associate with, but be careful at buying into people trying to lift you up. Because sometimes, especially when you know that people don't have your best interest in mind. People build you up so they can tear you down. Simple game. Especially in the media today, especially amongst people. They'll build you up and tear you down. And so, Dak Prescott, I think Dak could be fine. Brandy, I think Dak could be fine, because I don't think Dak really pays attention a lot to the media like that, because Dak is not going to listen to somebody like Stephen A. Smith talk good about him because Dak has heard Stephen A. Smith talk so bad about him. You're not going to hear Dak. I don't think you'll ever see Dak Prescott on 105.3 The Fan, even if Jerry was to beg him to do it. He's not coming on 105.3 The Fan simply because of the way 105.3 The Fan has torn Dak Prescott down, especially with those allegations a few years ago. So I don't think you're going to have to worry about this from Dak Prescott's perspective. I don't think Dak listens a lot to that stuff. So I think Dak's going to keep being Dak Prescott. Raheem, there's a particular content creator who has a crazy hate for Dak Prescott. I think it's real politically and racially motivated with some people. Raheem, man, I know I'm not even going to get it. I'm not even going to say this content creator's name, but he has literally made his living and his channel is centered around hating Dak Prescott. I've never seen nothing like it. I've never seen nothing like it. It's crazy. Yeah, I'm with you, Carlito. The Cowboys are going to be good as long as they block out the media and don't believe the hype. I don't think a lot of them are paying attention to the media because the reason why I don't think they're paying attention to the media because they ought to be remembering. These were some of those same people that were hating on the Cowboys, so they're not listening to them. Junior said Dak hate has to do more about the starting race. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a big part of it too. I really do. Darren Posey, he said Diggs made his target on his back even worse since he told Dak shut his. Oh yeah, I remember that. He told Dak to shut his BA up at the training camp. I remember that, Darren Posey. I remember that. Yeah, man, I remember that. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, Mike. Wait a minute. Carlito. I'm sorry, Carlos Piper. Did you say Mike Fisher just reported that Diggs was put on injury reserve for hurt feelings, not for a knee? Boy, man, you better stop. Hold on a second, man. Let me go over here and see. Let me see if I can pull up Mike Fisher. Boy, Mike Fisher crazy for that. Mike Fisher crazy for that, boy. Let me see. Hold on, let me see. Woo-wee. Wait a minute. Boy, this is banana bonkers right here, man. Man, check this out, man. Colis Piper just said, look at this, Mike. This is banana bonkers. This man, Mike Fisher, said, alert. Has an NFL player ever been moved to injured reserve for hurt feelings? What? What? Man, come on, Mike Fisher. Boy, you can't. Man, come on, Mike Fisher. Mike Fisher said, has a player ever been moved to injured reserve for hurt feelings? Boy, that's crazy work. Boy, that is crazy work, man. God, that's crazy work. See? I'm telling you, though, but people get mad. Man, I've been saying this stuff, but people get mad. People get mad when I say stuff. When I've been saying this stuff, man, people get mad about it. I'm just telling you it is what it is. I don't know how else to put it. Carlito Cash said he put out a short too. Boy. Newhouse fan said Mike Fisher be talking. Me and him got into an argument on his channel before he banned me. Boy, this is crazy work. Boy, this is crazy work to say something like that, boy. Mac Man, I tell you, G Shotty has that locker room. The standard is the standard. Man. Katharina Kids, the facts though, G. Katharina Kids, people have been mad at me for saying this stuff. I got content creators right now bad-mouthing me about this stuff that's coming out. And it's amazing to me that the stuff that I'm saying lines up more with what they're doing than what they're saying. I'm just telling you, man. This is clear as a clear blue sky. This is not about, and how many times have I said it? This is not about performance. It don't mean that some of it is not about performance, but I don't think the issue here is performance. I don't think this is performance based. This dude has rubbed some people the wrong way in that Cowboys organization. He's rubbed some people the wrong way in that organization, I'm telling you. All right, let's listen to Jerry Jones as y'all comment, man. I appreciate y'all comment. Appreciate all the super chats, man. It's a great day to talk Cowboys.
Better coaches that I've been around in my career, and we've always had a tremendous respect for his ability to coach a team in every respect. And I thought before he ever was a head coach that it probably would happen here.
What up, DJ Strife One?
Turned out.
Excuse me. Now, Jerry is talking about Sean Payton here.
He took that New Orleans job, and the rest is history. So, no, there's no coach that we think anymore.
Oh, man, Brady, you done baby spill my water over here. Brady up in here tripping today. Hold on a second. Y'all see what Brady said in the chat? Brady said, Mike Fisher Diesel's going to block you. Boy, Brady got me rolling up in here. Shoot. Katharina Kiss said exactly, G, the truth is the truth. We don't sugarcoat things. Katharina Kiss, I'm telling you, man, we've been talking about this. People are late to the party on this dig stuff. They late to the party. I've been saying this stuff, man. If anybody has been paying attention, none of this should be shocking you. What did I tell y'all? I said this as early as Sunday and even before then. I said, this Diggs thing is either going to be a dud or it's going to be a megaton bomb. What did I tell you? Did I not say it? I said it was going to be a dud or a megaton bomb. Well, here comes the megaton bomb. I said it. It didn't require a rocket scientist. Man, this is why I say, man, people got to get their feelings out the way. Man, you got to get your feelings out the way. Folks be in their feelings so hard, man, then they try to make narratives fit their feelings. And all they're going to do is keep moving the goalpost, and they're going to keep on trying to defend their feelings. I am telling you, I don't care what anyone tells you. This is not about performance only. This team is done with this man. They're done with him. It's obvious. They're done with him. And I don't think it's about performance. So anybody who gets in your performance feelings, you can leave that story at home. I don't think this is about performance. Because everybody's been kind of struggling in this new system. And I ain't going to say kind of. They all been struggling in this new system. So I know it isn't about performance. They've all been struggling. Question is, why have they been struggling so hard? And then again, they came back last week. They look like a totally different defense. Now, that was against, again, we're going to preface this, and I keep prefacing this. Okay. They had 3 of their top receivers missing, so we got to keep that in there to keep this thing objective. But it's not about the performance because it's been problems with all of them. It's been problems with all of them. Brady, you on the roll. Brady said Newhouse just like he did Mike Leslie when he said, what is Diggs doing on that play? That's who he came out on. It was Mike Leslie. Yeah, he came out on Mike Leslie. Dak fan for life. Appreciate that super chat. He said, I know Denver has an excellent defense, G, but I'm struggling with people acting like the Denver defense is all world when the Giants hung 32 points on them with Malik Neighbors. Dak fan for life. Let me tell you something. I've already got the Cowboys scoring mad points on Denver. The only play that the Denver Broncos have against the Cowboys is they have got to try to put together long drives. If the Denver Broncos can't keep the Cowboys offense off the field, it's over. That's all I'm telling you. it's over. If they can't keep the Cowboys offense off the field, and that will be their number one goal, is to put together long, methodical drives. If they can't put together long, methodical drives, Dak fan for life, when their defense does get out there, Cowboys going to put points up on them. I'll be shocked if the Cowboys score less than 30. If the Cowboys score less than 30, there's something going on. All right. Freddie Mujia, he said they jealous G, they can do it. They can't do it. They jealous that G can do a better job than them. And you do it without bad language. Props to you, G. Your show is my favorite one. Appreciate you, Freddie. Appreciate you. Lord Nova, I think the same thing. I think he's a part of a trade package. And I've mentioned this also, Lord Nova. I still think Trayvon Diggs has skill. I don't think he has. He's never been a burner, but I think he has skill. And I don't think he has the same legs, but I still says he has skills. Yeah, Newhouse fam, you're right. Diggs don't play about criticisms. Nah, bro. He is sensitive. Brady's on the road. She said Diggs is sensitive with his getting burned self. Brady, don't say that too loud. Bubba Dub also said concussion blank Diggs, hot Cheetos. Oh, man, Bubba Dub said it. I did. I'm just laughing. Hey, JCT Slice, I got something for you later on in the show. You said it's never Herbert Allen or Jackson's fault when they lose to the most media. Hey, they've been saying it about Dak this year too, though, but I got something to show you that's going to blow your mind, JCT Slice. You watch. Yeah. Colin said writing was on the walls when Diggs returned to the start of the Commanders game and Jones sent him home. Now, I did hear that it is regular protocol that if somebody has it's regular protocol to send somebody home with a concussion. Gary Bryant said dragging Diggs through the mud. Bro did nothing wrong but spoke the truth. The Cowboys want company men. Amari spoke against Kellen Moore. Gone. Now, I heard that Amari Cooper was not a Kellen Moore issue. It was a Mike McCarthy issue, but I get you. Gary Bryant said Diggs spoke against Eberflus. Gone. Serious politicking in Dallas by media on platforms and on 105 to the fan. Gary Bryant, let me just push back just a little bit. And I appreciate what you're saying here. Let me push back just a little bit. The Cowboys were already at odds with Trayvon Diggs. The Cowboys got at odds with Trayvon Diggs when Trayvon Diggs decided to do his rehab apart from the Cowboys facility. Now, Gary Bryant, let's get some balance here. Excuse me. The Cowboys were also mad at Trayvon Diggs, not just because he did his training apart from the facility, but because the previous injury, they said that he didn't rehab hard enough, that his rehab was not good, and that's what led to him continuing to deal with that nagging injury. And then, I don't think it's just about the fact that he spoke the truth. And I think that's a part of the narrative that people are carrying. I don't think it's because he spoke out. I also think a part of this is because I said it before. It was weird that Trayvon Diggs was speaking on Michael Parsons' behalf, putting himself in the middle of the Michael Parsons discussion, doing the joint quote-unquote interview that day during training camp as it applies to Michael Parsons. Nah, bro. Hey, Gary, I appreciate what you're saying, but this ain't just about this isn't just about him saying the Cowboys needed to run more man. Gary Bryant, other people were saying that. It's one thing to say it, but it's another thing to say, and the poor play. Gary, we were looking at the film. lack of effort. Lack of effort. Just you could just see it. There were many other things at play other than the fact of him saying, come on, man. And Gary, I appreciate what you said. They're not just mad at Trayvon Diggs because he said the Cowboys should be playing man. The Cowboys were already ticked off at Diggs. They were already ticked off at Diggs. Straight up. Everybody knows it. Man, I was talking about they were ticked off at Diggs long before he made that comment about the Cowboys running too much man. Running too much zone. Man, people were talking about the Cowboys running too much zone before Diggs even said it. Before he even said it. It's a part of the entire attitude about Trayvon Diggs. And that's why I keep saying this isn't a performance issue. And I don't even know if they're even tripping. I don't even know if they're tripping on that. I just think it's simple whether we want to admit it or not. It's exactly what I said before. Cowboys were tired of Trayvon Diggs. He wouldn't have played for him this year if he didn't have that deal. Cowboys would have let go of him. I guarantee you. Star Guardian X said Thomas safety ruled out. Who are our safeties? Yeah, Wanye Thomas is having a serious issue with migraines. Marcus Monterio, he said, everyone killed Flus. Appreciate that super chat. UN Star Guardian X. He said, everyone killed Flus, and he had to sit there and take it. I would have loved to have a beer with him. Uh-oh. He said, I would have loved to have a beer with him so he could say, they can't even run zone. Marcus, I said this. Let me tell you something that whether it's true or not, I don't know. But I said this. What if Matt Eberflus is saying something simple? It's not that I didn't want to run man. I'm just not running man with Trayvon Diggs. And whether we like it or not, Matt Eberflus may have been telling us, and I said this, whether we like it or not. What if he was actually telling us, Trayvon Diggs is the one that can't play man? Let me tell you what Nate Newton said. Bleeding Blue, appreciate that super chat of $9.99, my brother. Well, it say Bleeding Blue. You could be my sister. I'm sorry about that. Junior. He said, what truth is this that Diggs supposedly said? Appreciate that $2 super chat. He said the Cowboys needed to play more man. Everybody was already saying the Cowboys because the Cowboys had played 98% zone, 96% zone. They were playing all zone. Now, Nate Newton said something that I don't think people were paying attention to. Nate Newton said, people have to understand, you don't just put Michael Parsons in man. Not Michael Parsons. You don't just put Trayvon Diggs in man. That if you're going to put Trayvon Diggs in man, you have to put all the players. You have to put the linebackers. You have to put the corners. You have to put everybody in man. And I said this. Maybe Matt Eberflus was saying that Diggs is the one that couldn't play man. I'm just telling you. 5 points to the star. Yes, sir. I remember. He said, I told you that it was bad when Diggs started beefing with Doug. Man, ain't no way. Everybody know what Bubba Dub do, man. Ain't no way I'd have done something. I'd have never took my time out to address something like that. Man, Michio, he said, gee, maybe the defense looked better because Matt might not want Diggs to know the defensive scheme. Boy, hey, Michio, I can't rule nothing out. That's all I can tell you. It's definitely a thought. But I can tell you this, Meech, at the very least, I had said this before. People don't want to give Matt Eberflus, and Matt Eberflus ain't going to say it. But what if he was basically saying, I'm not going to run man with Trayvon Diggs because he can't run it. But that ain't Matt Eberflus style. Dak fan for life, appreciate that super chat. He said, I pray the Cowboys get Diggs out of here by the trade deadline. Diggs is the last piece to this culture change being complete. Standing ovation. Love it, like it, or hate it. That is a very powerful statement. Trayvon Diggs does not fit what these guys are trying to do culturally. He don't fit. He don't fit. And I think he is going to get out of here. I do. I think he's going to be out of here. For sure. Hey, Gary Brent, let me tell you something. I love what you said right here. Gary Brent said, okay, you say lack of effort, but this dude went out not fully healthy from his microfracture surgery because Kalen Carlson and Butler were out. Now, hold on, Gary Bryant. Stay with me. Now, Gary Bryant. Now, anybody who's been here will tell you I said this. I said Trayvon Diggs should not touch the field until he's 100%. I said this. Now, Gary Bryant, let's go further. Why would Trayvon Diggs have to come back? Now, there are people out there who were going along with the narrative of Trayvon Diggs proved the Cowboys wrong. Because they said he wasn't going to be ready, and he ready early. He came back at the beginning of the season. I think that's the very thing he shouldn't have did. Gary Bryant, this is Trayvon Diggs' career and nobody else's. It's not mine, yours, or the Cowboys. He controls his career. Gary, I said it. He should have never touched the field if that was the case. Don't come back early because the Cowboys are missing players. You come back when you're healthy because Trayvon Diggs had to know in his own mind, Gary, there was no more guaranteed money on his deal. And if his agent wasn't telling him that, fire his agent. Fire him. Because if I'm his agent, I'm telling him, Gary, hey, Trey, there's no more guaranteed money on your deal. So don't you touch that field for the Cowboys until you're 100%. This goes to show you, Gary, when it comes to Trayvon Diggs, why we know he's very sensitive. It's almost like Trayvon Diggs came back early for the sole purpose of telling the Cowboy fan base and the Cowboys front office, I was right, you were wrong, I came back early, and I'm ready. I said it before, I'm going to say it again, Gary. Diggs should have never did it. Shannon Sharp said it best. When you hit the field, don't nobody want to hear no excuses. Nobody. I don't want to hear you coming off an injury. You're on the field. No excuses. I don't want to hear it's still not right and you're getting burned. No excuses. Cowboys. Now, Gary, this is the part I'm gonna, let me tell you the part I'm gonna get with you on too. I think you got a point here inside of this. Shame on the Cowboys for allowing him to come back early. But I know why the Cowboys allowed him to come back early. Because of the money that he's owed. That's why they let him come back early. Steven has said it before, and I don't like this saying. Steven said in Dallas, the money stays on the field. I don't think Diggs should have got back on the field. But Diggs wanted to get back on that field because he wanted to prove the Cowboys front office wrong. I think it's dumb. I do. I think it's dumb. And when you think about the knee graft he had, I mean, it's dumb to come back early from that injury, trying to prove to people that your training was good and it was good for you to choose the fact that you came back. I mean, it's all dumb to me. It's all dumb to me, and I don't think he should have did it. I just don't think he should have did it. Always drama in Dallas. Now watch this. Gary Bryant. Let me make another point because I think what you're saying is some powerful stuff. Gary Bryant. This is why they're letting go of Diggs. Diggs will be the last. Where are the outspoken Cowboys? Micah Parsons gone? Check. DeMarcus Lawrence gone? Check. Trayvon Diggs? Pretty much gone. Who are the remaining outspoken Dallas Cowboys? Tell me who they are. They are going to answer, they are going to solve the last issue you just mentioned. Always drama in Dallas. There will be no more drama in Dallas once this is done. The only drama that'll be in Dallas will be from outside the building from that point on, because we have seen from everyone inside of that building, you're not going to see any drama. The only one I could even see remotely would be Sam Williams. And Sam Williams ain't been having a lot of drama because he ain't been playing as good. I'm telling us. This is the Cowboys getting rid of all of that stuff. Junior, I'm with you. Appreciate the super chat. $20. Appreciate you. He said it's a compilation of things with Diggs. Yep. I agree. He said the training on his own. Yep. Brought that up. The getting involved with the Parsons drama. Yep. I brought that up. And it wasn't saying that more man was needed. It was running to press with it. Total sense of entitlement. Yep. Yep. And I'm telling you, the Cowboys are done with all that kind of talk. They don't want no more of it. True Texan say it loud. Appreciate that super chat. True Texan. He said bad attitude follows you more than a great resume. Facts. Facts. Darren Posey. He said Diggs needed checks for the... Darren Posey said Diggs needed checks for them 7 baby mamas. I'm just telling us, man, this thing with Diggs is why I keep saying it's more than just performance, though. Because I don't think it's necessarily performance. Timothy Govin. I think Matt Eberflus may have been saying this, but people would have got mad had he said it. Diggs is not healthy enough to play man. Yeah. OG Pac-Man. Oh, do you really believe that Elam and the rest of that secondary is better than Diggs playing man? No. Absolutely not. No, absolutely not. But watch Matt Eberflus continue on the trajectory that he's on. Watch him. You watch him. He will play more men without Diggs. He will play more men without Diggs. Because maybe Elam is a better man cover, a better man cover corner. And I'll tell you this, I had to go look his name up because I didn't recognize the last name. But OG Pac-Man, let me tell you something. Triquez Bridges look pretty good against them backups. We're gonna see what he look like. We're gonna see what he look like against starters, but he looked pretty good against them backups. I really want to know, though, they're not even talking about this stuff with Diggs. They're just, I mean, at the end of the day, I just think they just said they're done with Diggs and it's over and done with. So, I'll just tell you where I am on this. I'm happy for Diggs. I think Diggs needs a new start. I really do. I think Diggs needs to go somewhere else. Like it got personal with Micah in the front office. I think it has gotten personal between Diggs and the front office. And when it gets like that, I just think it's better for both parties for Diggs to go and the Cowboys to just move on without Diggs. Michi, you better tell him, Michi. You better tell him, Michi. I don't think they should put Diggs in safety. He's not going to tackle, is what I tell people when they say that. Nah, he's not a natural tackler, man. Yeah, he's not going to do that. Yeah, you gotta tackle his safety. He's not going to do that. He's not going to do that. All right, let's get a little bit more of this in with Jerry because I want to make sure we get to our beat the Broncos stuff and all of that below that. We'll listen to a little bit of this, see if Jerry gets us to a point to where we'll go on to Steven. Let's check it out.
Respect any more than we do Sean Payton.
Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones with us here on 105 through the Fan. Jerry, you've had two guys who haven't been able to practice this week, both of them in the secondary. How are Trayvon Diggs and Donovan Wilson looking for Sunday?
Well, again, as you know, those are the standard answers, game time. But I would say that questionable at this time on both accounts.
Jerry Jones joined us here on 105.3 The Fan. What is the outlook for Trayvon Diggs?
Uh-oh.
Well, again, I think questionable.
It's funny they asked the outlook of Trayvon Diggs. We already got the answer. Injured reserve. Injured reserve. And I tell y'all, I'm just blown away. Injured reserve. Crazy work. Crazy work, but it's not surprising. It's not surprising. I just think the Cowboys are pretty much, I mean, you can just tell by the way they're talking about this stuff. I just think the Cowboys are done with this whole story of Trayvon Diggs. So we'll see how it turns out. But I told y'all before it started, it was either going to be a dud or a bomb, and it's turning into a megaton bomb, like I said.
For this week, and we won't go past that. But questionable this week. Real questionable.
So, Jerry, everyone assumes that you guys will be keeping tabs on defensive players as we're getting closer to the trade deadline. As you kind of look at your team right now, is there a specific position on defense where you'd be really tempted to go for it if a team called you and offered a premier player?
Not really. And I'm reluctant to say, for the obvious reason, you know that players are every day our players are highly sensitive to their positions. Mm-hmm. And so, I don't talk about during the season. That conversation before the season starts is just a part of the game for the players. But in being sensitive to our team, being sensitive to the construct of getting ready to play Denver, I don't really get into specifics as it might impact the mentality of a player that's playing Sunday. And, of course, but looking at competition on an area means that it can mean additional help for a player, but often it concerns them and should. So I don't talk about it much.
Jerry, so outside of just that, then any particulars or anything like that, obviously with that coming up soon with the deadline, would you only be willing to add in general, again, not talking about specific positions, but would you only be willing to add if you thought, hey, this is a team that I think can really go far and be a Super Bowl contender?
Well, I would add a player on that premise. In other words, I do think this team has a chance to be in competition. And so under that criteria, and that's a good one, and that's all the reason in the world to have your alert sign up. So in that case, I do have my eyes open and interest level up.
Well, and when we're talking just, again, kind of about generalities, not anything specific, then when teams call, would it be something where you would be interested in potentially a player whose contract is expiring, or would you need to say, hey, we would rather have some control if we're going to add somebody?
Yeah, both. The opportunity of one with a contract expiring that you're dealing with a short-term situation.
Hey, Brandy.
Until you have to address the longer
Brandy,
term.
I missed yesterday, so I got to make up for yesterday. So I'm hanging in there today. I'm hanging in there today.
A player that's on it's got 7 more, 8 more, 9 more regular season games. It doesn't preclude you from looking at that situation, and that has worked before. But both a situation, it could be a long term. So you can look at both of them. There's no just because you're looking, just because you're talking, that's a long way from doing it. And
JCT Slice, I got something that's gonna knock your socks off, bro.
Mouth. I might do something that I would regret. I don't look at it that way. I entertain all action.
Jerry Jones right here on Sean and RJ special Friday appearance on 105.3 The Fan. Jerry, we've known you long enough by now. We know you love anything that adds to the interest of the sport. I'm coming at it from a fan perspective with this comment. This trade deadline talk is fun. Like this Raiders rumor blew up this week about you all possible involvement. This didn't used to be a thing about 10 years ago, trades in the National Football League. How much more does it add to the sport, and how much do you like all the trade buzz?
I love it. It's tremendous for the sport. Any time that you can add an element of what goes on to ultimately score a touchdown, win a game, or a championship, any and all part of that, I thought, not to all fans, but to a lot of fans, can be interesting and entertaining. The reason that I got involved in sports and got involved with the Cowboys the way I did when I was 40.
Is that so important for many of the trades in your philosophy? And do you apply that to other negotiations in life? Do you really feel like you're giving away that much leverage if you pick up the phone first?
Yes. I can do that real quick. Yes. But really, I'm calling. I use you to call. And you say, how's that? I use media to express an interest all the time. And so, and that's not uncommon. And very effective, because don't think I don't listen to that radio, and don't think I don't look at that newspaper. And so
newspaper? Ain't nobody looking at no newspaper, Jerry. Social media, what you looking at?
You know, the old adage, you can sit driving along and not saying one word, but look over and there's a little frown. You're talking to me, baby, and I hear you loud and clear. Not a word being said.
So when you're playing a team, do you find that those, I don't want to say negotiations, but those conversations, they ramp up a little bit more?
Gaming scopes.
When you're playing a certain team, you get an audience with them.
Culture changes in full effect.
You do that. It's a big point. It's one of the things you do when you go to league meetings. It's one of the things you do when you have an occasion socially to be around off-season, in-season. That is a part of it, and it very much is a part of the every.
All right, let's move on over to Stephen Jones. Jerry's kind of told us what we need to hear, and Jerry's talking about the trade. And I'll tell you something that I think Jerry is doing very strategically. The Cowboys are, what he's saying is actually going against what they're doing behind closed doors from everything that I'm hearing. And I'm hearing that the Cowboys have been looking for players, but I do think that what Jerry is doing is smart, not getting him, let the content creators, let the fans, let them run away with all the trade stuff and, putting out their potential players and stuff like that. Let them run with that, but they're not going to give up anything as far as what they're doing. But I'm telling us, this is why I'm not giving up on the Max Crosby thing, because I really do think the Cowboys, I really do think that's who the Cowboys targeted and maybe still trying to hold out hope for. But the Cowboys, Jerry's talking about whoever picks up the phone first. Jerry knows. The Raiders are not saying they will not trade Max Crosby. Because we said the same thing about Micah Parsons. Jerry said the same thing about Micah Parsons. This is why he's talking about using the media. He's saying the same thing about Micah Parsons. Because when the media start reporting on Micah Parsons and saying stuff like, yeah, Jerry, Micah ought to get out of Dallas and first chance he get, and people were saying all this crazy stuff. Well, that piques teams' interest. And so what happened? We started hearing teams were sending in offers or calling, picking up the phone, making offers for Micah Parsons. But at the end of the day, a lot of people are wondering, why did the Cowboys settle on the Green Bay Packers within the conference and a rivalry? Well, from what I heard, the Green Bay Packers were actually the best offer they could get, because some people didn't want the drama in their locker room. You don't believe me? Watch this. Do y'all know the reason why the Cowboys were able to get George Pickens according to reports? Nobody wanted George Pickens. The reports are that a lot of teams were not willing to bring George Pickens into their locker room. What did Jerry Jones do? He brought him in, especially with Brian Schottenheimer. And what do we have now? Man, I saw some of y'all talking about it in the chat. George Pickens has been a saint. George Pickens has absolutely been a saint. And I don't care what anyone says. I will not believe the Cowboys are not going to sign George Pickens until they don't sign him. I believe the Cowboys are going to give George Pickens. I won't even be surprised if the Cowboys give George Pickens either the same money as CeeDee Lamb, the same money, or a couple of million more, and then come back and give CeeDee Lamb a raise also because they gave George Pickens such a big contract. But the Cowboys are going to keep Pickens because George Pickens changes this team for every player that we have talked about. George Pickens has changed this team in ways that people still don't understand what I'm telling them. Dak Prescott, been Dak Prescott. What they're saying about Dak Prescott now, I've been saying. And do y'all remember how long have y'all heard me say Dak Prescott is a top 5 quarterback? I'm going to show you something that's going to blow your mind later on. I've been saying this. But if you look at why this Cowboys offense is the way it is, think on this. Brian Schottenheimer, Clayton Adams, Connor Riley, Tyler Booker, what they did last year with Cooper Beebe, having Tyler Smith, and Javonte Williams. Oh, and let me add the icing on the cake. George Pickens. Understand that George Pickens changes the way every team plays the Cowboys. The Denver Broncos have a crucial decision to make this week. Are they going to get killed with the run? Or are they going to get killed with the pass? They're going to have to make their mind up. How do they want to get beat? You can't play, you can't stack the box on the Cowboys because that means Pickens, Turpin, CeeDee Lamb, one-on-one, and you got Jake Ferguson. Are you willing to risk that? I do think the Broncos will risk it this week. Will they be successful? But I think they're going to take that chance. I think they're going to take that chance. And they're not going to be successful. They're not going to be successful. But George Pickens makes that possible. George Pickens makes that possible because every team that goes up against you, they have to make a decision. Okay, there's no way you're going to go man-to-man on both CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. I mean, you're literally just asking to lose. You're asking to lose. So you're either going to double one and put your best corner on the other, or you're going to try to double both. But then you got to deal with Ryan Flanoy. You got to deal with Cavonte Turpin. You got to deal with Jalen Tolbert. You're going to have to deal with Jake Ferguson. You're going to have to deal with a running back out of the backfield. And you got to deal with Dak Prescott quickly getting the ball out of his hand. You got to deal with all of that with the Cowboys now. Why? Because of George Pickens. And Dak did something that's even crazier that people are not giving him credit for. But Dak Prescott did this without CeeDee Lamb and still made it difficult on defenses. Now, I think they would have had a harder time playing against a defense like the Denver Broncos doing it. But even without him, he put up points. Even with just George Pickens. George Pickens is why this team is so hard to deal with. This offense is hard to deal with George Pickens out there, man. Hard to deal with. Boy, I'd hate to be I'd hate to be a defense coordinator going up against the Cowboys. I would hate to be a defensive coordinator going up against the Cowboys. It's a nightmare, man. It's a nightmare. You got to figure out an answer for George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb. Okay, I got the answer for them two, but what's the answer for Kevontae Turpin? Okay, I got the answer for those three. What's the answer for Jake Ferguson? I got the answer for those four. What do you do about Javonte Williams? And what do you do about Dak Prescott? It is a nightmare. It is a nightmare to deal with the Cowboys. I don't care who you are. It's a nightmare. I bet you Vance Johnson didn't get sleep this week. Is that his name? Shoot, I bet you he didn't get sleep this week. Looking at the Cowboys on tape, I bet you look at the tape and just go, what in the world are we going to do? Dak Prescott thrives on blitzes. Dak Prescott thrives on pressure. Because in order to bring that pressure, if you can't bring it with four, you're going to have a hard day. And the way the Cowboys are currently situated, it's absolutely hard to rush 4 and drop 7. There are not many teams that can do it. And even when they do it, it don't guarantee success against Dak Prescott. Star Guardian X, he said, I love Pickens. His talent is undeniable. Straight up facts. Star Guardian X, appreciate that super chat. He said, not trying to be a downer, but I really hope Pickens is what he is like here and not just on good behavior. Let me tell you, Star Guardian X, I think Pickens is going to be fine here because of Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb, because of Brian Schottenheimer, the way Brian Schottenheimer communicates with his players. George Pickens, the Cowboys culture is the antidote he needed. The Cowboys are exactly what the doctor ordered for George Pickens. He's going to be fine.
Stephen Jones joins you now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Doing good. How you guys doing?
Oh, we're doing good. Beating the Commanders like that sure put a spring in our step throughout the week, so we appreciate that handiwork there. What do you guys need to do to make it 2 in a row?
Newhouse fam, don't let Jerry fool you. No, Jerry and them have been actually, from what I've heard, no, Jerry and the front office have been on the phone. Whether it's indirectly or not, man, I've heard the Cowboys have been out there beating the pavement. But again, I think who they settled on Max Crosby, but they couldn't get it to happen. And I'm thinking the Raiders are saying that you're going to have to come with something if you want Crosby. Raheem, he said, I'm actually nervous. We're going to trade for Crosby. If we do, I'm afraid we aren't going to be able to keep George Pickens. Hey, watch what I tell you, Raheem. Don't you sweat it. Don't you sweat it. That's what the void years are for in Dak's contract, Lamb's contract, Ty Smith's contract, and whoever else got the big contracts. That's what those void years are for. Dak, Bland, CD, Ty Smith, those 4 players, they have void years in their contract. If the Cowboys want to sign them, and again, Max Crosby contract is nothing compared to what they would have had to give up for Micah Parsons. Nothing. Nah, they can do that. That contract is very, very doable.
They're against the Broncos.
Katharina Kiss, she says she's been saying Dak Prescott top 3.
Yeah. We can continue.
And Katharina, I've already said, you tell me who top 5, and people say it's Mahomes. People say it's Mahomes. It's Allen. It's Jackson. It's quarterback from Cincinnati, Joe Burrow. And then they try to put Justin Herbert or anybody at number 5. I've been saying Dak Prescott's top 5 ever since I started the channel. And Katharina Kiss, I'm with you because I clearly said the only other quarterback in this league I would consider taking over Dak Prescott is Patrick Mahomes. I'm taking Dak Prescott today and yesterday over Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, and Joe Burrow. I'm taking them over those three. Don't care who disagrees. I'm taking them over those three. Only one I got to really have a long discussion about is Patrick Mahomes.
What we're doing on offense and even improve on that, which we think we can, then, obviously we're playing.
It is a scary thought that the Cowboys can actually improve on offense. That's a scary thought.
And well on that side of the ball, and then, just being, consistently being more consistent executing on the defensive side of the ball. We've made some steps, and we have to keep getting better. Obviously not good enough, but we've got to get better. And on the defensive side, and I think, the confidence is coming together, the energy's coming together, and in terms of, the day-to-day practice, and, that's where it starts. You got to have good practices, and, that'll bleed into the games, and hopefully, go up there and play good defense.
We saw Shoddy talking about being more involved in the defensive meetings. We saw Eberflus talking about using analytics. What in your mind has been sort of the catalyst for being better defensively at least 2 out of the last 3 weeks?
You just evolve. And, when you come in and, as I've mentioned before, this is our third coordinator in 3 years. And, last year we evolved as the season went and thought we played better the back half of the season than the first half. And, I think that's just part of a new system with new wrinkles. You evolve, and at the same time, the coordinator evolves into seeing.
I can tell y'all now, based on how the Cowboys are talking, y'all might as well get ready. And I think this is another reason why Trevon Diggs is gone too. Y'all might as well get ready. Matt Eberflus isn't going anywhere. Jerry Jones said something that y'all might not have paid attention to. But Jerry Jones admitted that 3 defensive coordinators in 3 years was a mistake by him. You do realize what he told you, right? That he's not going to make the mistake of having 4 defensive coordinators in 4 years. Jerry instead is going to keep Matt Eberflus. He's going to go into free agency next year. He's going to go into the draft next year. And rather than players who don't fit Eberflus' scheme, because this is one of the main things that we were talking about, that these players, in particular, Trevon Diggs, didn't fit the scheme, they're going to go get him players that fit the scheme. That's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to go in the draft, and they'll probably get him another cornerback, because I'm not sure if they're going to be willing to go along with Reddy, Traquez Bridges, Josh Butler. I don't know if they're looking at them long term. But I'm not going to be surprised if the Cowboys go in the draft and they get a cornerback. I'm not going to be surprised when you look at the linebacking crew. They got Overshown. They got Maurice Leofau. But I'm not so sure they're going to. Now, I think Murray is on a 2-year deal. They might keep him because, depending upon how much guaranteed money he has. But as it applies to Jack Sanborn, I'm not sure they're going to keep Jack Sanborn. I'm pretty sure they're not going to keep Damone Clark. The Cowboys probably will go in the draft and get a linebacker. They'll probably go in there and get them another edge rusher. They'll probably go in there and get them another defensive tackle. They're going to go and get defensive players. I will not be surprised. The only thing the Cowboys get, and all depending upon if they sign Javonte Williams, if they extend Javonte Williams, let's see how Jaden Blue does. We got to bring Phil Maffa at some point off of injured reserve. Let's see what he is. And depending upon how those two go, it won't shock me if the Cowboys go and get a running back in the draft. Maybe they'll try to go get a top running back in the draft. But the Cowboys have put themselves in a very good position for next year in particular. So the Cowboys have got to figure out how do they make their team better this year defensively, while also being able to do the same thing next year. But again, I'm telling you, just listening to Stephen Jones even here talking about the defense evolving, y'all get ready. If you don't like Matt Eberflus, you better learn how to like him. The Cowboys are not going to change. They're not going to change defensive coordinators. They're not going to make that mistake again. They're going to keep Matt Eberflus at least another season. And they're going to go out there and get in players that will play the system and not buck back. And it makes perfect sense. It actually makes perfect sense.
You know, what his talent is. I mean, he's getting his hands on these guys.
For sure, Freddie Morales.
Do bad. Of course, it was also great to, you know, see some new faces on the field, Overshone and Revel out there moving around. So, you know, I just think it's a matter of, you know, going to work, chopping wood every day, and hopefully that carries over, you know, to, you know, even more improvement against the Broncos, and, you know, that'll evolve.
Stephen, as president of the Cooper Beebe fan club, I would like to ask if you could confirm if he will be in the lineup again on Sunday.
Well, we're going to look at it one more time. He's borderline right now, and we'll make that call tomorrow.
What about
Certainly we miss him, and I'm in that fan club with you. I'm a big BB fan, and I know he wants to play, but we got to make sure he's ready to go.
What about with some other guys, Donovan Wilson, Trayvon Diggs?
Yeah, they're looking like they're not going to be able to go. We'll make that call tomorrow as well, but looking like they're not going to be able to play against Denver.
Shoddy said earlier he couldn't rule out an IR stint for Diggs. What's your perspective on that?
Yeah, I mean, as you know, he's had several things going on, and you know, that pertain to you know, past injuries, and so there's things that we're looking at there, and we hadn't ruled that out. We'll look at that tomorrow as well.
Is there any chance Trayvon has already played his final game with the Cowboys?
Oh, we hadn't even gone there. We're just obviously taking this thing week to week and trying to see how we can get him 100% healthy to where he could help us.
With Jonathan Mingo getting back in the lineup, what do you think?
Yeah, the Cowboys in this discussion with Trayvon Diggs, let me tell you something. People can say the Cowboys like drama all they want to, but I can tell you what they have done as far as this quote-unquote injury with him. They're not going to say anything, obviously. They're going to let Trayvon tell it. They're going to let Trayvon Diggs tell his story. They're not telling it. They went from no details to Jerry on Sunday, the Sunday post game. We got details. We're not going to divulge them. Now we got Brian Schottenheimer said we got details. We're going to let Trayvon Diggs tell it. Stephen Jones, he's very just basically no comment about Trayvon Diggs. I mean, I think the Cowboys are leaving it where it is. And they're going to just leave it at basically as it's an injury. And Stephen Jones just alluded to it's other stuff going on with him. What's the other stuff? Well, we already saw, as y'all have reported, it's the knee / the concussion. And so being on injury reserve, you're talking about what, 4 weeks? Man, 4 weeks, season will be almost over. I don't think we're going to see Trayvon Diggs no more this season. True Texan, appreciate that super chat. True Texan. He said, well, if they keep Eberflus, that is fine. But Jared needs to listen to him at draft time. And on free agency. If they ignore him and keep him, no, they're going to listen to him. And True Texan, let me tell you this. They're not only going to listen to him, but who they're really going to listen to is Brian Schottenheimer. Now, people have to understand something about how this goes. Brian Schottenheimer's fingerprints is already on last year's draft or this year's draft. It's already on this year's draft. And you can tell his fingerprints were on this year's draft, I believe, with Phil Maffa. Phil Maffa, if you're talking about a big back at 6'1", 234, that's a big running back. I think that is already Brian Schottenheimer's fingerprint. Tyler Booker, that's his fingerprint. I think they all wanted it, but that's the fingerprint. Tedera McMillan, that was Brian Schottenheimer and so was George Pickens, Jerry Jones, and Brian Schottenheimer. Will McClay gave all the credit for George Pickens to Jerry Jones and Brian Schottenheimer. They both wanted to bring him in. Free agency, Javonte Williams. You know who wanted Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders? Brian Schottenheimer. You can already see they've already been allowing Brian Schottenheimer to put his hands on the offense. You can tell by the players they got, because when Brian was talking during those coaches meetings, all those things he was talking about with trenches and cornerback play and all of these things, he was already speaking toward himself and Matt Eberflus. You think about Savon Revel Jr. Savon Revel Jr. That is a Matt Eberflus cornerback. Big and supposedly can tackle. We're going to see once he gets acclimated in. And I know a lot of people are going to be so Trayvon Diggs bandwagon that when Savon Revel Jr. comes in and plays, if he doesn't play well, yeah, but y'all wanted Savon Revel Jr. over Trayvon Diggs. I'm not even listening to that talk. The kids got to get acclimated into the pros. They'll bring them along slowly. But I'm saying all that to say, True Texan, they've already been listening to Brian Schottenheimer and Matt Eberflus to a degree. Now, some of these players, I believe, that they thought were going to be better are not good. I think Murray was Eberflus. True Texan, who do you think wanted Sanborn? I guarantee you Sanborn had everything to do with Matt Eberflus. Matt Eberflus is Sanborn. Sanborn is Eberflus all over. He brought him from Chicago. Jerry has already been listening to Brian Schottenheimer and Will McClay and Brian Schottenheimer. I think they're kind of lock and step. And this is why I push back on people when they talk about, Jaden Blue. So Will McClay said he beat the table for Jaden Blue. Well, if Will McClay beat the table for Jaden Blue, then that also means that we have to understand this part. The head coach don't get every player that he wants. He gets some of the players he wants, but there are other people who may want other players too. And so you get what he wants for the most part, and you get some of those other players too. And the goal is to make all of those players work and not to try to make somebody fail so you can say, I didn't want them, or I told you they didn't fit the scheme, or blah, blah, blah. No. Jaden Blue, like I keep saying, is a part of the plan. Brian Schottenheimer has made it clear that him, Jerry, McClay, all of them, they're on the same page. They communicate, and they're all communicating what they want to see on this offense. And everything I think they wanted on this offense for the most part is happening. And we're seeing where Jaden Blue, and you keep hearing every week, Steven and Jerry both said they were so glad to see Jaden Blue. He's starting to get some time. The Cowboys are happy about that. But nevertheless, I'm just saying all that to say this. They've already been listening to him. They've already been listening to him. Hey, and True Texan, you want me to give you the biggest example of how I think we can tell that they're listening to Matt Eberflus? Trayvon Diggs is on injured reserve. If we don't think some of this Trayvon Diggs stuff has something to do with Matt Eberflus too, as well as Brian Schottenheimer, but Matt Eberflus too, we have another thing coming. They are listening. They are listening. I'm telling you, they're listening. They're going to go back and they're going to remake this whole thing. They're going to go back and remake this defense, and I think they needed to. They need to go back and, because they, in the grand scheme of things, the Cowboys did revamp the offense. They revamped it. Tyler Guyton and Cooper Beebe last year. What? Ty Smith before that. Cooper Beebe, Tyler Smith, Terrence Steele. Then you went and got Tyler Booker. Offensive line, totally different. Zach Martin was the last of the Mohicans. The Cowboys have been doing this slowly but surely. All brand new. The Cowboys backfield, all brand new. Javonte Williams, Jaden Blue, Miles Sanders, all brand new. The wide receiving crew, that wide receiving crew was already young and up and coming. CeeDee Lamb, they drafted Ryan Flanoy last year, Jalen Tolbert earlier, Cropper and guys like that, they were already here. But now they went and got Trayshawn Holden. They went and got George Pickens. So they really revamped the wide receiver room too. They added Kevontae Turpin to the wide receiver room. They revamped it. We've literally been watching the Cowboys right before our eyes rebuild this thing and cater it towards the coaches that they have. They're going to do the same thing with the defense. The defense, it's hard to overhaul an offense and a defense in the same season. Next season, you're going to see them totally overhaul the defense. Appreciate that comment. Appreciate that super chat, though. Yeah, they're listening to him already.
The numbers game looks like at wide receiver, who's active, inactive.
Yeah, that's another thing. I mean, he's obviously been coming fast, and we'll make that decision tomorrow as well in terms of the number of receivers we'll carry. And
I don't think Mingo is playing. Let me see.
Healthy is a great thing, but we also got, we're healthy with our numbers there. We're up to carrying 6 receivers, and we like all 6 of them, but hadn't made the final call. I mean,
Stephen, with this, with the trade deadline looming, and everybody here wants you to make all these kinds of deals, and you kind of talked about parity. Is this time of year kind of exciting for you, though? The possibility of adding something to your team, mid-season to maybe put you in a position to win a division if you can.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously we feel confident in this football team and feel like with the guys we got, we're competing to win a division. But as I also say, we have urgency to always improve our roster, and obviously trading is one of those vehicles. That you can make your team better, and always feel like you're always acquisitions 365 days a year, and we have urgency to always be looking for a way to make our team better, not only for this year, but for the long haul. And we're always looking for those opportunities. And obviously we're searching for that opportunity right now. And if the right opportunity presents itself, then certainly we'd be eager to pull the trigger. But, it's got to be the right situation.
Yeah, the right situation, though, is, and I did work with you where I was making calls and doing some things, kind of doing things like that to try and get some understanding. Is it changed a lot over the years, or is it still, your pro department guys like that, or is it more like now the general managers to general managers bit?
No, I think I think you utilize all your resources. I mean, obviously our pro department, Alex Loomis is doing a great job there, making the calls. If things start to escalate, it moves on up to Will and I, and then ultimately, if things really escalate, we'll get Jerry in the mix and Coach Schottenheimer in the mix and see, if we want to pull the trigger or not. But no, you use all your resources, as you were in that pro department, Brian, and you're talking pro.
All right, let me ask a couple of questions here. OG Pac-Man, I don't think anybody's high on Savon Revel Jr., but he was a 3rd-round draft pick, and the issue is the Cowboys going to give him they're going to give him an opportunity. That's what they got him for. If Revel don't turns out, the Cowboys got plenty of draft picks. They're going to probably have plenty of draft picks. They'll probably, who knows, they'll probably trade one of those first and get 2 seconds or whatever the case may be. The Cowboys really like Savon Revel Jr. It is what it is. So we're just going to sit back and watch. Yeah, Timothy Govin. Revel makes Diggs expandable. That's what they got him for. The moment they picked up Savon Revel Jr., everybody knew he was the Diggs replacement. Everybody knew it. We'll just see what he does. Phil Dawg said, I haven't heard nothing about Mozzie in a while. Have you? that must have mean he's playing better. No, he's not playing better, I don't think. No, I don't think he's playing better. I think the Cowboys have admitted that experiment is pretty much over. They're just going to admit it quietly. Yeah, nobody's up on Revel Jr., but I think the Cowboys are excited about the potential, and I think we're all excited about the potential. He's a big cornerback, and he got some skills. OG. We'll see what happens when he plays. He got some skills. If he don't, the Cowboys they'll be on the lookout for another cornerback. I mean, people got to understand, man, it's a football business. The draft will be coming up next year, and the Cowboys will just keep rolling with what they're going to roll with. But Triquez Bridges looked really good. So even if Savon Revel Jr. don't, we'll see what Triquez looks like this week. But Triquez was all over the field last week. Yeah, Michael Spool said... Michael Spool said Trevon Diggs can't cancel Christmas. He says break his dinner plate even. He said he would not play another down for he would not play another down for the Dallas Cowboys. I'm not shocked. Brandon Cup said Maffa will come in around Christmas and put us over the top. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, the Cowboys they're gonna keep working Jaden Blue. And then when they get Maffa in this thing, boy, whew, it's gonna be nice. Preston Taylor said, he said when Trevon Taylor got drafted in 2020 on draft night, he said Tony Romo is the man, and in training camp he told Mr. Dak Prescott to shut his butt up. They need to bring in quarterback Rick Woolen and move on. Now I do think he was kind of tripping when he said that about Dak, but Dak went on in that practice and just put up throws on it. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Douglas Harrison, yeah, Diggs is done, man. Diggs is done. Shoot, Raheem, I'm telling you, 6'2", 34. Hey, Phil Maffa is the true big back. He is the true big back for the Cowboys. Boy, if the Cowboys can get this guy acclimated and have Javonte Williams, and you put them boys in the playoffs, and then you got Jaden Blue. Boy, you got a three-headed monster. It's gonna be hard to stop. People always try to make this into an either or. We don't need to make it into an either or. We need to make it into an addition to. I forgot the person that said this in the chat. Y'all make sure y'all remind me who told me that. But it's not about either or. It's about in addition to. So what we need to do in addition to Javonte Williams, get Jaden Blue acclimated. If you can use him, use him. If you can't, you can't. And I'm going to show y'all something about Javonte Williams that people are liars when it comes to, I'm going to show you some things about Jaden Blue that people are, and let me not call people liars. Some people try to make everything fit their narrative and try to say that Jaden Blue didn't play well and isn't good. I'm going to show you that people aren't telling you the truth about Jaden Blue. K. Choice, appreciate that super chat. What's good? He said 7 is gone. Gee, God is good. K. Choice, I've been talking about this. And it's no surprise. Yeah, Preston Taylor, I heard this mentioned earlier. The Denver D-line is small and the Cowboys O-line should run the ball. Yeah, the good thing about them is that they're not 300-pound linemen, so you don't have to worry about that. So as long as the Cowboys can block good, they're going to be good to go. Freddie, man, that Madden curse. I don't believe in the Madden curse, but I can tell you this, two things can be true. I don't believe in the Madden curse, but I said this 2 games ago. I asked, did anybody notice? Saquon Barkley hadn't been running like last year. He has not been running like last year. Yeah, I'm with you, Tony Cyphers. Mozzie will be deactivated once Perion Winfrey is back. They'll put Matt Mozzie on the practice squad. Yeah, I think they're gonna probably say. I think they finally admitted. I think they have finally admitted that the Mozzie Smith thing just didn't work out. He's another player. I think he'll be good somewhere else. He needs a new environment.
Department back and forth and seeing, if there's things that make sense, those get presented to all of us. We all get the reports, and then if we want to pursue something, we really delve into it and have, even the coaches start to watch the tape and
Josh Butler was balling, Harrison.
What their opinion is of a particular player and how they might fit, but all that's going on right now.
Cypher's Maffa looks little compared to Scatty.
As you remember, Brian, there's a lot to it, and
yes, sir.
It's got to be the right situation, and not everybody's on the trading block.
Yeah,
I've seen a lot of things out there, and that's not necessarily always the case. It seems like more than ever, people just throw things out to throw things out, and some of it there's zero truth to, and some of it there's opportunities there. But those are all things that we're looking at right now, and certainly if we can help ourselves,
Tony Cyphers,
do something that would make this team better, we'd be all
Maffa
over.
is bigger than Scatty Boo.
I also, one other thing I wanted to ask you is I've kind of have a theory about maybe some of the struggles of drafting defensive players. And I know how the organization prides itself on having the opinions of the coaches and the scouts and you and Will and Jerry. Has maybe a problem
Choice. This is another thing that I've been happy about. I like what you said. Bell and his play safety against the Commanders. I think Marquise Bell is the Cowboys' safety next year. They have got to let go of Donovan Wilson and Malik Hooker. Now, I would say that it would be Marquise Bell and Wanye Thomas. I would love to see them as the safeties. But Wanye Thomas, man, he has got to get that concussion thing, that migraine thing fixed.
Because of 3 different coordinators the last 3 years. It is, and I'm talking about. Yeah.
Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, and I was just wondering if maybe that you guys do a great job of talking to each other, communicating, but is the fact that maybe some of the picks that have been missed, defensive players, kind of because of the 3 different years of coordinators?
Yeah.
I
Great
think there's
point.
no question. That's not your, if you had your draft.
Great question by Brian Broaddus. Great question by Brian Broaddus, guys. Brian Broaddus is basically saying, hey, is it raining where y'all at? We in Texas, man. We got a storm up here in Texas, so I appreciate y'all rocking with me as we talk Cowboys in the storm right now. We're gonna be rocking for a little while longer, so y'all stay with me. I really think this is a very powerful point by Brian Broaddus, and Stephen Jones is agreeing with it. And I mentioned it earlier. 3 defensive coordinators in 3 years. They're not going to make that mistake again. I'm telling y'all, Matt Eberflus is here to stay. Matt Eberflus is here to stay. The Cowboys are going to get players for Matt Eberflus in 2026. The goal in this team, and I think they thought they did it this year, but a lot of the players didn't turn out. A lot of people don't realize what the Cowboys did on defense. I mean, we can literally, think about how many moves they made on defense. You think about defensively. The Cowboys brought in what? Kenny Clark. We traded Michael Parsons, but we brought in Jadeveon Clowney. We brought in James Houston. We drafted Donovan Ezra-Rocco. We brought in Dante Fowler. Sam Williams came back from injury. You think about what we did at linebacker. We brought in Jack Sanborn. We brought in Murray Jr. Damone Clark back from injury. We still got Maurice Leofow. We got Marshawn Nealon. I forgot about him. We drafted him last year. Now, where we have probably done the least amount of work is in the secondary. That's where we've really done the least amount of work. But we still brought in Kyrie Elam. We brought in Kyrie Elam, who was the best-looking cornerback or the best-looking defensive back in training camp. And it leads me to wonder if maybe how they've even been playing Kyrie Elam took away from some of his skill set, because how does he look that good in training camp and then we implement the system when the season starts and he don't look like he know what he's doing? I got a feeling he's going to look like he knows what he's doing going forward. But when you think about all of these players the Cowboys brought in, I think they thought they were overhauling the defense. It didn't work. some of those players we have still, they're players what we had, and then we went and got some free agents, and then of course we got the draft. But watch what they do this next free agency and draft. It's going to be similar to how it was last year. It's going to be all defense. But I do say what the Cowboys need to do in free agency. I still say you need a superstar player or close to it at every position. Or don't let me say every position. I say on every unit. On the defensive line, I think you need a star. The linebacker position, you need a star. Cornerback, one of them need to be a star. Safety, one of them need to be a star. You got to have great players in certain positions because it'll make the players around them better. It'll make the players around them better. But again, they're making a great point, and some of us have already made it. 3 defensive coordinators in 3 years. This has been the big problem. Matt Eberflus is here to stay.
Others, you wouldn't have 3 coordinators in 3 years. I don't think any team would.
Right.
And same goes for offense. I mean, you want the consistency of year in, year out, knowing exactly what the defense is trying to accomplish. And, you can be in the 4-3 year in and year out, but if you've got 3 different guys running it, everybody has, different ways of mixing it up, whether it's man, whether it's zone, whether it's blitzes, whether it's pressure packages against the run, the pass. There's just a lot of moving parts. And certainly that can create challenges, but sometimes, you can't control that. And you have to go ahead and make the best of your situation. But there's no question. I mean, Dan Quinn is going to have a different way of looking at personnel versus what Mike Zimmer might look at it versus the way Eberflus looks at it. But you ultimately evolve, and I think Will and our scouting staff do a great job when we do bring in and we have a turnover, have turnover on defense, and the defensive coordinator, I think they do a great job of, really, communicating what they're looking for, whether it's a defensive lineman, a line.
See, I just talked about this. True Texan, we were just talking about this on your super chat. See, they've already allowed these coaches to have influence in some of these players that they have. And now think about it. Some of these players they inherited, and then some of them are players that they had influence on getting. Trayvon Diggs is one of the players that they didn't have influence on getting. You think about these things, and it makes a huge difference. And so Brian Schottenheimer, I believe, is going to earn even more trust from the Cowboys front office. And I think he will even more so be able to influence what the Cowboys get for him and for Matt Eberflus. I think he'll be able to do that. Brian Schottenheimer has earned a lot of respect from this Cowboys front office. Katharina Kiss, the weather is supposed to be nice and dry tomorrow in Denver in the mid-60s. So we should be good to go. Mills 3679 in the crib. Mills 3679. I love what you just said. Revel Jr. fits this defense. He's a zone corner. Preach. And that's why I said when I was telling True Texan, Savone Revel Jr. is this front office listening to the defense, listening to it is them listening to Matt Eberflus. Savone Revel Jr. is a big corner that can tackle. Greg DK, Diggs heading IR. Have you talked about it? Yes, sir. Appreciate that $2 super chat. Yeah, we did a whole topic on it. We'll talk about it some more. He was already on the docket for the day, so we'll talk about it when we get there again. But it won't be as long because we already talked about it. Yeah, Alfonso, what's going on? Best offense in the NFL, no doubt. And it can still get better. That's the scary part.
Linebacker or a secondary player, I think they do a great job of seeing what that is. And you're right about one thing. Sometimes, what fits one guy that we drafted a couple years ago may not fit the current guy, and as well. Doesn't mean he won't play well, but it may not fit as well. Perfect example of that would be a guy like Overshown. I think he plays great in Dan Quinn's defense. I think he plays great in Zim's defense, and I think he's going to play great in Eberflus's defense.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that. As far as this deadline coming up, do you guys have in mind a specific defensive position, or is it just a good defensive player?
I'm sorry you cut out. I apologize.
Oh, no worries at all. I was just wondering if you guys are looking at specific defensive positions, or you're just looking for an impact defensive player at any spot.
We look at any spot. I mean, believe it or not, we'd look on offense. Now, you might say, well, where's that guy going to fit? And it's probably not a priority, but, we're looking at any spot to see if there's somebody who can make our team better. And then, what's the trade going to be? What's the value there? And, that's the way we look at it. But obviously, with our defense is a lot more obvious than offense that we'd be looking there. But, we look at anything that could help us. Obviously, we've had major injuries at safety. Our corner situation's been, unknown, and certainly, with the trade we made early on, with the pass rush, we think we've got good pass rushers. Do we have the dominant one yet? Obviously not. But and then,
have any of y'all really noticed how Stephen Jones these days? I mean, I gotta admit it. Has anybody else noticed that Stephen Jones actually makes sense a lot these days? I mean, Stephen Jones be making sense, man. I'm telling you. Stephen Jones makes sense. He's saying, hey, we got good pass rushers. I agree. I think they're on the verge of having a dominant pass rusher in James Houston. Jadeveon Clowney is starting to look better. Donovan Ezeraku, man, we may be talking about this defense totally different by the end of this season. We may be calling let me tell you something. All I'm telling you is don't be surprised how much better this defense looks going forward. Just don't be surprised. Don't be surprised how good it looks. Bass, what up with your Bass? He said, man, I believe when he is the Cowboys owner, he's going to make Will McClay be the real GM and let him do his job. Finally, we'll get a better. Hey, Bass, man, I'm telling you, have you noticed, man, this dude, Stephen Jones this dude's been talking some real football this year. That's all I can tell you. He been talking some real football. Ronnie Dubb, he said, I believe Shotty is saving Blues outside game as a surprise for the Eagles rematch. Yeah. Ronnie Dubb. See, a lot of people don't understand Ronnie Dubb. Jaden Blue is a part of the plan. See, unlike some people, because they're used to the way the Cowboys used to operate, it is crazy to think that Jaden Blue isn't a part of the plan. He's a part of the plan. He's a part of the plan. And it's scary to think how much better this team can be. This offense. Do y'all understand how insane of an offense we have? Before it's all said and done, people may look back on this Cowboys offense. Do y'all realize, again, this is starting to smell like Cowboys 91-ish, 92-ish? Any of us who were alive during that time, this is starting to smell 91-ish, 92-ish. We never thought when we were watching the Cowboys in 91, 92, 93, 94, 95. We're in the moment. We're not looking at the Cowboys saying, this may be an historically great, all-time great team. We're not thinking that. We're not looking at them thinking, this is one of the greatest offensive lines in history. It's not that we're not thinking that it's great, but we're like, Man, this team is just good. But now that it's over and we look back on these things, we're like, man, the Cowboys, the 90s Cowboys, 92 through 95 were historically great. Do y'all know that we may actually look back in about 5 to 7 years and think back to 25, 26, 27 and go, the Cowboys offense was historically great. Do we not understand? We haven't even hit on all cylinders on offense, and we're scoring 40? I don't even think people clearly understand what they're seeing from Dak Prescott right now. I said this, if y'all remember, at the beginning and before the season started, I said you are about to see the best 3 years of Dak Prescott you've ever seen in your life. Because he's got a play caller and a head coach that believes in him. He's got a play caller and a head coach who believes in him. And the entire game plan, the entire offense is built around Dak Prescott. Finally in his 10th year, they've decided we're going to build the entire, no leftover players. No leftover Jason Witten. No leftover Dez Bryant. No Tony Romo looking over his shoulder. No leftover linemen, Ty Smith and Frederick and Zach Martin. Don't get me wrong. All those people were good. Even when you think about Zeke, as much as I love Zeke, prime Zeke, man, let me tell you something. Prime Zeke was one of the best running backs we've ever seen in our life. When Zeke hit this league, Zeke was one of the best running backs we have ever seen in our life. But do y'all know all of that was built for Tony Romo? All of that was built for Tony Romo. Dak Prescott stepped into a Tony Romo built team. 2016 was supposed to be the comeback and the get back of the 2014 defeat against the Green Bay Packers. That's what it was supposed to be. Dak Prescott came in and crashed the party and said, I'm the quarterback now. But in year 10, better late than never, I guess, but in year 10, the Cowboys have finally built a team for and around Dak Prescott. Every one of these players, you can think Cooper Beebe, Ty Smith, Tyler Booker, Terrence Steele, Tyler Guyton. None of those are leftover players from a previous regime. Those are players for Dak Prescott. Even if some of them came with Mike McCarthy here, understand, Brian Schottenheimer was here too. Everything we're watching is built for Dak Prescott. We needed a running game. What did Brian Schottenheimer do? I know a thing or two about running games. I know a thing or two on how to help a quarterback. I'm going to bring in Javonte Williams. I'm going to get a running back. I'm going to get an offensive coordinator who's not going to call the plays. But he's going to help me design a run game that is going to be powerful. Clayton Adams, Connor Riley, I'm going to get me an offensive line coach that's going to be able to teach technique and blocking to go along with Clayton Adams. This whole thing is built around Dak Prescott. Finally, year 10, you decide to build it around him. Better late than never. Everything we're watching, they built this thing around Dak Prescott. And now they're going to build, watch what they're going to do in 2026. They're going to build the defense for Dak Prescott. Dak, we got you the offense so you can put up a lot of points. Now we're going to get you the defense that's going to stop other teams from scoring points. This is the reason why I've been telling y'all I believe the Cowboys are going to win the Super Bowl in 2026. I already said I believe we're going to flash this year, and y'all might not realize it. We're already flashing. We're flashing right now. We're looking at this offense going, wow, this offense is good. It ain't nowhere near where it could be. That's how great this offense is. It's not even at 7. I would dare say this offense isn't even at 70%. It's not even at 70%. Once they get to the point to where they figure out how to get Kevontae Turpin in space in this offense, acclimating Jaden Blue into the screen game, into the outside of this offense, the perimeter, when they figure out how to get Ferguson consistently in the seams again, it ain't going to be nothing that can hold it. There'll be nothing that can hold this Cowboys offense. It can get better, and that is scary for every team in the NFL. I think this line is still a work in progress, but it's getting there. Yeah, Brandon Cup, Dak is and has always been elite. Book it. They're finally building a team around it. That's the issue. Alfonso, he said Dak deserves the praise. I'm so proud of Dak. They finally put a team around it. They finally put the offense around it. Yeah, Kippy. Love that name, Kippy. We have to make defensive trade this year. Defensive end, linebacker, cornerback. That would make our safeties better. What I also think would make our safeties better is changing them out with Marquise Bell and Wanye Thomas. I think that would make them better too. But again, I think the Cowboys are good at the defensive end position. But what we're looking for, as Stephen Jones said so eloquently, we have good pass rushers. I agree. What he said also makes sense. We just don't have the dominant one yet. I think they're on the verge of having that dominant one on the team. But I'm going to tell you, I am not going to be mad if they go out and get Max Crosby, especially with that contract. Again, I would love to see another linebacker. I would love to see another linebacker to go along with Demarion Overshown. And I'm with you. I still would like the Cowboys to bring in a cornerback, and especially with them playing zone. I wouldn't mind if it was Stephon Gilmore if you're talking about zone. Ronnie Dub, he said it's all strategy. Yeah. And I'm telling this, boy, y'all better sit back and enjoy this team, man. Y'all better, I'm going to tell y'all as somebody who was alive in the 90s. Y'all better enjoy what you're watching. I know we've had some heartaches and pains, some anguish as we're watching some of this stuff develop. I understand Matt Eberflus, third defensive coordinator. I understand the Michael Parsons trade. I understand the Trayvon Diggs thing now. But I just want you to pay attention to the other stuff more than that. The Cowboys are building something. And these people who are about to go out here and hate on the Cowboys about Trayvon Diggs, you're not going to get hate from me. Because what the Cowboys have done in 1 year is nothing short of phenomenal. They have built a Super Bowl offense. I'm not even going to say it's a Super Bowl offense. All you got to do is get the defense done. And I'm not believing Jerry. I think Jerry is trying his best to throw us off the trail. But Jerry Jones is trying his best to get the Cowboys some defensive help. Now, what I like about Jerry, he ain't out here publicizing it. I don't care what I don't even care if he publicizes it. All I know is you can tell by the Max Crosby talk. You can tell by all the other things that you're hearing other people saying. You keep hearing the Cowboys come up in these conversations. Why do we think they're coming up in these conversations? I don't think these people are lying. Jerry Jones and his front office are trying their butt off. They're trying, and I love it.
You know, our linebacking situation has been with Overshone being out, but he is coming
Michael
back.
Smooth, Mile High
And then,
City, they said they can
really,
see it.
Shamar stepping up has just been a pleasant surprise, and he's really playing well. So, the linebacking spot's looking up, but, we'd look at anything to improve our team.
How awesome is it when you do a deal early with a guy like Jake Ferguson and he goes out there and has one of the best stretches for a tight end ever to open a season?
Yeah.
Well, it's outstanding, and of course, the thing I'd say about Jake is not only is he playing his ass off, his intangibles are special. I mean, he's what you look for in football character. He's what you look for in the off the field. He's just really checked all the boxes. So it's been outstanding to see him have that success on the field as well. But it's not surprising.
Do you value big backs the same way Shotty?
Wait a minute, about how City, he said, I know, G, I was held back in the days. Back in the 90s. He said, I know an old school. He said, I know an old player when I see one. About how City. I be joking with some of the older brothers at church. Mile High City, back in the day, man, you say them older brothers. But you used to hear them older brothers always say, let me hold something. Mile High City, let me hold something. That's what us old players used to say. That's what them old players used to say. Let me hold something. Yes, sir. But I'm telling this, man, if you've been around if you were alive in the 90s, this is starting to look eerily similar. It is starting to look eerily similar. Y'all better enjoy it. Y'all but don't let these people out here rob y'all, always bringing up all these. Don't let people make this Trayvon Diggs thing bigger than it is. You have to be deaf, dumb, and blind if you didn't see this coming. All of us should be prepared for this. I don't even know how to tell you to take it because we all saw it coming. Anybody who been here is not surprised. None of y'all are surprised if you've been following me. We got the people who it don't fit their narrative. They're the ones who out here all of a sudden jumping on this and want to blow it up in the eyes of the Cowboys nation. Man, y'all look at that doggone Trayvon Diggs stuff and go on about your business because, man, we own to something. This team is on to something. This team is trying to build a championship. And just because Trayvon Diggs here, don't stop nothing. One monkey don't stop no show. Cowboys got to keep it moving. And I like the direction they're moving in. Alfonso, he said the 90s Cowboys were like a present. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And this Cowboys team is headed back in that right direction. Go Dak and the Dallas Cowboys. Man, Alfonso, I'm telling you, people better enjoy what they're seeing. Better enjoy it. Better enjoy it. Woo, boy, hey, DJ Stripe 1, you won't talk about dodge the bullet, boy, with that Paxton Lynch thing. That was a Jerry Jones. He wanted him bad, boy. Lock and D, watch out for moves at the NFL deadline. They're going to be working them phones. Lock and D, you watch what I tell you. Mile High City, he said, I got you. Mile High City, that's what the old brothers, the old dudes who say to each other. Let me hold some. Yes, sir. Mile High City said the 90s were just simple. Mile High City, let me tell you something. Now, some people will say this about different eras. Now, me, I'm 55. To God be the glory. I turned 55 October the 9th. Mile High City, I still say the 80s and the 90s were two of the best decades, especially the 80s. And as a matter of fact, I really think it was a combination. I think between 85 and 95. Woo! Boy, man, I'm telling us. Gary Hampton said it was Rico Dowdle that said was injured, but Rico said in his interview he wasn't injured. Hey, we know last year definitely Rico Dowdle wasn't injured. Derek Posey said, G, it's safe to say the Cowboys have their own TD Jakes. Man, I'm telling us. DJ Stripe Wood, he said shell top Adidas with fat lasers. Man, let me tell you something, boy. The Cowboys are finally doing, hey, y'all better enjoy this season. Mile High, Happy birthday, my brother. Bass, yeah, the 90s, man. I'm telling you, man, them 80s and 90s. Y'all better enjoy. You folks who are younger than us, boy, y'all better enjoy what you're seeing. Y'all better enjoy it. Don't let nobody rob you of it. Because, man, when it happens, it's exciting, man.
Seems to.
Excuse me?
The big backs. You a big fan of the big backs like Shoddy?
Oh, I like big backs. I do like them, but I tell you one thing, Javante's he's running like a big back right now. So, he's taking the fight to him.
One last thing for you, Steven. This has just been a show topic of conversation, but what are your feelings on cheesecake?
On cheesecake?
Cheesecake, yes, sir.
I'm a fan. I'm a fan of cheesecake.
Lazy dessert?
All kinds of cheesecake.
Okay.
Yeah, the variety, right?
I like it all.
Well, we appreciate your insights on
Bass.
that, and the team. We look forward to this weekend. Give them hell up there. We'll be pulling for you.
All right, guys. Y'all have a great weekend.
Man, let me tell y'all something about Stephen Jones, man. Boy, y'all can tell me anything y'all want to about Stephen Jones. But, man, Stephen Jones, he been talking some football lately. Stephen Jones has been talking some football, I'm telling you. He been talking some football. Hey, Bass. Hey, man, don't you forget them cross colors. Now, I couldn't afford them. Hey, Mile High, you just took the words out of my mouth. Mile High City, boy, you just took the words out of my mouth. I was just saying it, boy. Shoot. Boy, them cross colors. Man, them cross colors, boy. Boy, these people don't know nothing about them cross colors. Shoot, you had to have money to wear that, though. But y'all remember them, the 80s and the 90s. Hey, man, y'all better enjoy what y'all seeing. That's all I'm telling you. Y'all better enjoy what y'all are seeing. The 70s fan show said, I've waited 30 years to see Jerry Jones doing something different. Y'all better enjoy what you're seeing. Because I'm telling you, man, when it happens, boy, y'all going to be, man, been here before. Been here, man, I'm telling you. We looking 91-ish. I'm waiting for some defensive moves. I'm waiting for some defense. If we can, and we did make the defense, it just didn't pan out. But if the Cowboys can land a couple of players at the trade deadline on defense, I mean, it's smelling 91-ish. But if we can get some players, we could get some 92-ish up in here. I'm telling us, man, the Cowboys are on to something. Yeah, Bass said, glad we hear Steven over Jerry. I prefer this. Yeah, man, I'm telling you, Steven be talking some good football. He's talking some good football. He makes a lot of sense. Terry Tatum, he said, gee, I seen where the Ravens have benched Cooper. Terry Tatum. I told people, you gonna see the truth. You gonna see the truth when you, I was shocked when the Ravens, when they picked up Cooper Rush. Man, what were they thinking? Man, Cooper Rush better stop playing with me. Man, I thought he was supposed to be better than Dak Prescott. I'm with you. All that old foolish talk. Man, people need they butt. Man, them people who said that, bro, them people ain't gonna never repent. They ain't gonna never repent. But boy, they need to repent for all that madness. Boy, you want to talk about absolutely crazy. Trying to put Cooper Rush in the same conversation with Dak Prescott was insanity. It was absolute insanity. All right, let's turn over here to Will McClay. Now, Will McClay told us how to beat the Carolina Panthers, and it didn't turn out. So let's see if he tells us how to beat the Denver Broncos, and let's see if this turns out. But I did like the way he broke it down on film, and so they didn't copyright me, so let's do it again. Let's see. We're going to make this a part of the weekly show. Will McClay. He knows football. I give him that. How to beat the Denver Broncos. Let's check it out.
except for Cowboys and Broncos in Denver on Sunday. Will McClay now joins me now here in the Globe Life studio. We got the telestrator out. We're going to take a look first at this Denver offense with the quarterback Bo Nix.
Okay, now y'all help me out. Some of y'all who might be more up on this than I am. Is this something that Will McClay has done? Did he do this last year? I mean, I like what he's doing. I mean, did he do this last year? Y'all let me know. But I like it. You know, he's, like I said, I think he's got a very good football mind. So it puts me at ease when he starts talking about, you know, with him being a part of the player personnel thing, makes me feel good. Boy, Michael Smooth, he said, I got a pot of pinto beans in the crock pot and some country style ribs in another crock. Woo, boy. You killing it, boy. Steven ain't half the man his dad, Jerry, is. He ain't going to do all that. Let's see. Now, the one thing about Stephen Jones, I do say he's a little tight with the money. We'll see how that happens, too. Shoot, the real Daryl, he said the Cooper Rush fans, he said, I agree, they've been shut down. Man, these people were talking reckless out here. Terry Tatum said, gee, the Cowboys could land Max Crosby, would be like Charles Haley trade. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. Freddie Morales, he said, gee, you younger than me. I'm sick. He said, I turned 64 last May. Yes, sir, man. I'm praying to get to your age. You are truly blessed. Okay, Alfonso, so this is new. I was wondering about this because I hadn't seen it. Yeah, Carly said, I know Jerry's losing his mind when he give up #1 draft picks. Man, I'm telling you, if he wants Max Crosby, I think he's going to have to give up one. Yeah, he's going to have to give up one. All right, well, we're going to make this thing with Will McClay. We're going to make this thing with Will McClay a part of our weekly show. I mean, I love it, man, when he breaks it down. I love it when he breaks it down, but it also, I feel a lot better now when I watch him at the board and know and understand how good he knows X's and O's. I'm like, okay, you feel comfortable with this guy being a part of, you know, what they're doing as far as personnel. Let's check him out, though.
But how about the run game and J.K. Dobbins, number 27?
Yeah, number 6 team in the league in rushing, and they do it with they run all the runs. It's based on what the defense does. We'll look at it here. They're going to bring motion. The defense is set. Well, they got the numbers in their favor, and then the patience of the back to set the block by 60, and then the.
Now, I want y'all to catch something that he just showed. This started with the Carolina Panthers. I don't know. I didn't watch film far enough back, but this is where it came to my attention. This started happening with the Carolina Panthers. I want you to notice something. They are doubling. Hold on. If you'll notice something that they're doing, they are doubling. If I'm not mistaken, they try to double on these defensive tackles. This is what they did. This is what the Carolina Panthers did against the Cowboys. So I'm sure the Broncos are going to do this against the Cowboys too. This is one of the ways the Carolina Panthers, you want to know how they were opening up the field? It looked like you could drive a U-Haul truck through there. This is what they were doing.
And then the patience of the back to set the block by 60, and then the speed to get to the perimeter and get outside. That's what makes this running game difficult. They can run inside, outside, and they run power scheme, gap scheme, all that.
Well, you can tell J.K. Dobbins is healthy once again this year. And how about the running threat the quarterback presents?
Yeah.
That's going to be tough. Okay, now they're saying that J.K. Dobbins, let's check something out while they're talking about this. Let's see. Okay, let's check something out on J.K. Dobbins because I'm not sure that J.K. Dobbins has been successful. Let me see here. I'm not sure that J.K. Dobbins has been tearing it up the way. I mean, they're saying that he's back. Let's see. Yeah, because when you think about, I mean, we already know that J.K. Dobbins is not in the top 5, and Javonte Williams is. You know, when you look at J.K. Dobbins, 16 for 63. That was the first game. He was 16. He was 16 for 63 the first game. Okay, that was the first game of the season. Okay, let's just kind of go through a couple of these games. The Colts game, let's kind of see where he was. Colts game, J.K. Dobbins was 14 of 76. I don't know. From all intents and purposes, J.K. Dobbins has been nowhere near what Javonte Williams is. I mean, Javonte Williams has been a monster for the Cowboys this season. And I guarantee the Denver Broncos are probably regretting letting him go. But very interesting what he's showing with Dobbins. The Cowboys, I still think, are going to have some problems, but we'll see. Man, I'm telling you, this is a big week to me for Matt Eberflus. It's a very big week.
They do a great job with this, okay? The defense doesn't normally account for the 11th man. All right, here they go. They're going to move it over. Defense is going to react to it, and what it does is, by design, they've got great angles to all of their blocks, and then there's the end, and then you got the tackle pulling, and then there's Bo Nix doing his deal. Adding the quarterback to the run game makes them dangerous.
And there was a go-ahead touchdown last week against the Giants. All right, how about in the passing game? Big Cortland Sutton out of SMU coming off a career year in terms of receptions and yards.
Now, understand this about Bo Nix. Bo Nix is running because the reality is Bo Nix has not been nowhere near what he was last year. You can call it sophomore slump, whatever we want to call it. But I think the reality is, and I think Sean Payton is going to get back, he's going to get back some stuff. He's going to get paid back on some stuff that he did because, I understand that Russ ain't what he used to be. But the way he did Russ, and don't get me wrong, I don't mind anybody. Katharina Kiss, appreciate you. I don't mind anybody cutting Russ. But the way he disrespected Russ and gives Bo Nix all of this respect that he gives Bo Nix that is unearned in the grand scheme of things as far as his, how long he's been in this league. He think Bo Nix is all that in a bag of chips. Well, Bo Nix has been pretty much average this season. Bo Nix has been pretty much average this season. And so one of his saving graces is he better have a very good running day. He absolutely better have a great running day.
Yeah, and again, how they're using him. Nix really trusts him. He's the guy. Here it is right here. They're going to see 2 high safeties. It's going to be quarters or cover 2, so the route design. They're going to run 4 verts, except for you'll see here where Sutton runs an out and up. And while 11 is taking the safety, that gives him, and Bo Nix knows as soon as that corner bites, I'm putting it up and big guy's going to go get it.
Big threat in the red zone right there. Now, on defense, we talk about Vance Joseph's defense. They lead the league with 34 sacks in 7 games this year, and they do it in a variety of ways up front.
They got good people, but they also do it scheme-wise. This is a 4-man rush. They got 2 good edge rushers and the 2 guys inside. They do a great job of keeping the quarterback in the pocket. They're going to run a game, but you're going to see Cooper just beat the tight end around the corner before the quarterback can set his feet, and then there's a sack. But the pressure up the middle also helps that.
Jonathan Cooper looks like he'll have a double-digit sack season for the 2nd straight season.
All right, now we're going to show you that was a 4-man rush. Now they're going to get you in passing situations, long yardage situations. They got 7 men that look like they're going to rush. They got 6 guys to block. So they've got the offensive line has to communicate and do all that. All right, and then what they do is they let them communicate and then they pop out. They're only going to rush 3. We got 4 blocking 1, and then the other 2 went on the outside. So you got to have your wits up front.
Well, you really do. And how about in the
Michael Smooth. That hoodie was from Fashion Nova, but they don't sell it anymore. I have not gotten my merch together yet, but that is my plan. Probably my merch will be here probably around, I'm hoping somewhere around mid-November-ish. So stay tuned for that. Yeah, y'all stay tuned for that. We got a lot of great things in the works. The plans in year 3. The plans in year 3, because this is year 2 that I'm going on now. The plan in year 3 will be merch, website, podcast, the whole 9 yards. But we like I said, whole 9 yards got a lot of things coming. But again, I'm gonna try to make sure I can get the merch up here pretty soon. Appreciate you, Michael Smooth. Man, hey, let me tell you something. Kippy, I can't do a lot of arguing with you on this. But boy, you said Peyton is a racist. We all know it. Man, I don't know, but I can tell you this, the way he went at Russell Wilson, it is inexcusable. Whew. It is inexcusable. Appreciate you, Kippy. Yeah, we're going to get it all together. Should be soon. Appreciate you. Hey, I'm telling you, hey, Will McClay, I like everything Will McClay is showing us, and I'm sure that Brian and all of them are breaking this down too. My question is, okay, you see it. What are we going to be able to do against it? So,
secondary at cornerback. Oh, it's just the defensive player of the year last year, Patrick Surtain at one cornerback spot.
Patrick Surtain is nasty.
Rush, and you got good corners, it's a difficult match. Well, here you go. You're going to see Surtain here one-on-one with the receiver. Receiver goes, he stays top field shoulder, and when the ball is in the air, what he does best is make plays on the ball.
All right, it's going to be interesting to see how they defend the Cowboys' offense.
Woo! Man. Boy, I'm excited. I'm already preparing myself. I think they're going to put up some points, but I'm not worried about them as much defensively as some people may be. Let's kind of go back for a second. I'm not worried. I'm actually not worried about them as much defensively. I mean, teams have put up points on them that are not as good as the Cowboys. I mean, teams have put up points on them. Let's go back and look at the points real quick that teams have put up on the Denver Broncos this season. All right, let's check these out. Let's see. Yeah, teams have put up points on them. It's not, I mean, they're not unbeatable by any stretch of the imagination. Okay, let's get to this season. All right, it's got the preseasons. All right, let's check this out. I mean, teams have put up points on them. They beat the Titans 20-12. I don't understand that. They should have blew them out. The Colts put up 29 points on them. The Chargers put up 23 points on them. And you'll notice the 2 good quarterbacks they faced, they got beat. They got beat by Daniel Jones and Justin Herbert. Well, Dak Prescott in this offense is better than that. The Cincinnati Bengals, and we already know what's kind of going on with Cincinnati. The Eagles, they beat the Eagles. The Eagles were only able to put up 17. They held the Jets to 11. The Giants scored 32 points on them. So when you look at the 2 teams that have beat them, the Colts put up 29. The Chargers put up 23. And the Giants put up 32. So when you think about that in the grand scheme of things, well, if everything just goes normal for the Cowboys, I believe the Cowboys are going to put up 30 plus points. 30 plus points on the Denver Broncos. And let's kind of look at, I wanted to look at also, let's kind of look at some of the things that the Giants, and also if you look at this game, I want you to look at this very closely. How do you score 33 points in a quarter? What? $33 points? Wow. Just got breaking news from Mike Fisher. Diggs had another MRI and says, MRI, Diggs is done. I wonder if all those people who said that Diggs was okay, I'm not buying that Diggs. I'm absolutely not buying that Diggs was 100% healthy. 100% healthy. And now he's done. I want to see it. I want to look at this. Let's go over here. I want to see how people are going to change this narrative. I want to see how they're going to do it. Ed Water is reporting, while Trayvon Diggs missed last week's game because of a concussion, I'm told it was residual problems with his right knee that prompted the Cowboys to place him on injured reserve today. Team source says they want to get him healthy and not that deep at corner, so his eventual return possible. He ain't coming back. He ain't coming back. Robert Simmons, he ain't coming back. I don't care what they say. Trayvon Diggs is not coming back, y'all. They can tell us anything they want to. Trayvon Diggs is not coming back. He's not coming back. And they know absolutely he's not coming back. He is not coming back. See, it's funny to me because, see, these people out there who, they are the only ones who are right about everything, and you're always wrong. They always change every narrative. They change every narrative to fit what they say. And you know what they're going to tell you? They don't believe it. I said it from the beginning. I don't think he was 100% healthy. I don't. I never thought he was 100% healthy. I never thought Diggs was 100%. I thought Diggs coming back was more about Diggs trying to prove to the Cowboys that he could come back. But we'll get to Diggs here in a moment. But again, they scored 33 points in the fourth quarter. I bet y'all this. And I don't gamble. I say that, figuratively. If they don't score in 3 quarters on the Cowboys, I promise you the score won't be 20-0. If they don't score with the Cowboys by 3 quarters, that score is going to be 30-something-0. There is no way you're doing this to the Cowboys. There is no way. Woo, hey, Greatness Music Group, I'm going to let you say it because I'm going to let you say it. Some other people have alluded to this. Greatness Music Group said, I believe Diggs was trying to sabotage the Cowboys. I'm going to let you say it. Bass said, get him out of here. The dude is such a drama case. Like, I just want to win games and get to the postseason, not worry about one dude that cannot get it together. Bass! Say it, Bass. So, again, man, looking at this game, the Cowboys, man, I'm telling you, people are acting like this Denver Broncos team. I mean, even though they're 5-2, I mean, when you kind of look at some of the people that they've played, I can understand why they're 5-2. But I can tell you now, they're not doing this on the Cowboys. They're not doing this on the Cowboys. It's not happening. This is not happening with the Cowboys. If they don't score for 3 quarters against the Cowboys, ain't no way they're holding the Cowboys to 20 points in 3 quarters. I'm not saying it can't happen. I'll be shocked if it does. They'll shock me. They'll shock me if it happens. But again, I'm telling us. Head Hunter, what up? He said, I agree. And that would also mean some content creators taking his side on rehab because he came back early was wrong. They'll never admit they were wrong, Head Hunter. They'll never admit they were wrong. I guarantee you. They're going to come back fighting with all kinds of excuses. Oh, he ain't really hurt. It's nothing wrong with his knee. The Cowboys are just making this up. Okay. Well, I guess to say something like this, I mean, I guess that would mean, I guess that would mean that he's got to agree with him on this lie. I guess he's got to agree with him. I don't know what else to tell us. I mean, he would have to agree with him on his knee. I mean, I would love to hear. I want to hear what he has to say. Because I'll tell you this, I'm not gonna let you tell. I'm not gonna let you tell everybody that my knee was hurt and my knee wasn't hurt. But again, we'll talk about Trayvon Diggs in just a moment. But we've talked about him so much, we're not gonna have to talk about him much when we get to that section. But man, I'm telling y'all, people keep acting like the Denver Broncos are this unbeatable team and like they're this, that, and the other and blah, blah, blah. But I'm telling y'all up front, this is more than a winnable game for the Cowboys. This is more than a winnable game. The Cowboys are better than this team when you look offensively. And because they're better than this team offensively, if the defense can just get some stops, that's all the Cowboys need. If the defense can just get some stops, Cowboys are winning this game. And they're going to win it big. If they can get some stops, they're winning this game and they're going to win it big. I mean, because when you look at the Broncos this year, I mean, just look at how they've been scoring. Look at okay, make sure I got the right season. This thing keeps flipping back. Every time I go backwards, it flips all the way to the beginning. Sorry about that. Okay. So they scored 33 points in a quarter against the Giants, which is unreal. They scored 21, 13, 3, 20, and 20. I'm thinking that's 28. Yeah. I mean, they're going to have their hands full with the Cowboys. They're going to have their hands full. The Cowboys should absolutely be able to put a ton of pressure on them. A ton of pressure on them. And force them into a situation to where, and I believe this is the situation the Cowboys need to put them in. The Cowboys need to put them in a situation to where Bo Nix absolutely has to do what he did last week. He's got to win the game for them. Don't give them any defensive touchdowns. Make them earn every single touchdown they get on your defense. And again, you watch how this Matt Eberflus defense plays. I want to see how it plays. I'm definitely interested to see how does it play again. Another week without Trayvon Diggs. I want to see how they play without Trayvon Diggs. Because I do believe that Matt Eberflus is going to do some things simply because Diggs isn't playing. You watch what I tell you. All right, let's look at something else. So let's move on to Javonte Williams. This Javonte Williams thing is a big deal to me. So I want to go over here to the Broncos wire. And they're talking about this split between Javonte Williams and the Denver Broncos. And I'm telling you now, I'm just being 100% real with you. Javonte Williams is a class act. It says ex-Broncos running back Javonte Williams gives his take on playing old team. Now, he's a class act. He is not going to tell the Denver Broncos to buckle up. And I posted this on X earlier. Let me tell you something about revenge. This is one reason why you should never seek revenge on people. Fight getting revenge on people at all costs. Because when you seek to get revenge on somebody, you have now taken yourself away from doing what God has for you and doing the best that you can. You have literally taken yourself away from working on yourself and doing things to make your life better and to improve what you're doing. And you've dedicated that to, you have now dedicated that to trying to do something. You're wasting your time on trying to prove something to somebody that you don't need to prove anything to. The one thing the devil likes for people to do is to focus on anything but what they are supposed to be doing. So let me tell you what the greatest revenge is for one Javonte Smith. Javonte Williams, I'm sorry. Let me show you what the best revenge is. This is why you don't need to focus on revenge. The best revenge you could ever have is success. Who's the second-ranked running back in the league right now? The second-ranked running back in the league right now is none other than Javonte Williams. 7 games played, 111 attempts, 592 yards, 5.3 yard average, 66 yard run is his longest, 6 touchdowns, 84.6 yards a game. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Now, J.K. Dobbins, he's number 7, 523. Looks like 5 yards a carry. 41 is his longest. 4 touchdowns. 74 yards a game. But I can tell you this. He ain't Javonte Williams. Javonte Williams has been balling. And that's why I say, vengeance is mine, says the Lord. The greatest revenge is success. Javonte Williams put his head down, rehabbed, and he's come back with a vengeance. It says Sunday will be a revenge game for the Dallas Cowboys running back Javonte Williams. After the Denver Broncos opted to let Williams walk in free agency this spring, the 25-year-old running back signed a 1-year deal with the Cowboys, $3 million. Let me tell you something. The Javonte Williams deal is the best deal in the league right now. There is no team that has a better deal on a player than the Cowboys have on Javonte Williams. Says the Broncos later used a second-round draft pick to select R.J. Harvey before also bringing in veteran J.K. Dobbins on a 1-year, $2.065 million deal. Williams said, I feel like it was kind of just mutual, Williams said, of leaving Denver. They wanted to go a different route. I felt like the Cowboys wanted me. So that's where I wanted to be at. 7 months after free agency, the breakup appears to have worked out well for all parties, especially the Cowboys. Another year removed from his knee injury in 2022, Williams appears to be fully healthy, and the change of scenery has served him well. Yeah. Sean Payton, he said, listen, he's a terrific player, terrific guy, terrific player, and I'm proud of him. Broncos coach Sean Payton said after the Wednesday's practice, he's a great teammate. He's certainly right at the top of the league in a lot of numbers, no doubt. Let's check out Javonte Williams. And we'll listen to him over here on DallasCowboys.com. Check him out. But I'm telling you, man, this thing with Javonte Williams, it is absolutely incredible. He's one of those guys, man. I'm telling you. Javonte Williams is one of those guys that he's such a great guy. You can't help but root for him. His story is great. His attitude is great. Let me see over here, DallasCowboys.com. I thought I had it pulled up. All right, here it is. Let's check out Javonte Williams. And what did he have to say about going back to Denver? Let's roll it.
What kind of advice can you give your teammates as far as playing in Mile High? Obviously, the altitude can kind of affect those guys. Just what kind of advice can you give those guys?
Yeah, just hydrate. I mean, it might be hard to breathe probably the first 2 quarters, but once you get used to it, I mean, we'll be all right.
No chip on your shoulder at all. You know, this team that drafted you and they decided to move away from you. I mean, I know you moved on. You like it here, but
yeah.
just personally, no payback, no chip at all.
I mean, I'm just going to go out there and play my game, do what I got to do, and try to make plays for my teammates.
You look at it more as you moved on from them than they moved on from you in any kind of way? Like, it was your decision to leave, too.
Yeah, right. I feel like it was kind of just mutual. They wanted to go a different route. I felt like the Cowboys wanted me, so that's where I wanted to be at.
Did you talk to Sean Payton before you left there about the decision or anything?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't talk about what was going to go on. He just told me that he was going to stay in contact with me and stuff like that. But, I mean, it went how it went, so.
It happened quick, too. It was within a couple of days. How fast was that process for you?
Yeah, I mean, once free agency started, the phone started ringing. A lot of teams started calling. But I felt like the Cowboys was the best place for me. I just felt the love, and I'm glad I'm here.
Why here?
I just like it. I feel like out of everybody, they showed the most interest, and I just like how they was talking, the scheme, and everything like that. So, yeah, I just wanted to be here.
Did they count?
Let me tell you something, man. People tell me anything they want to about Jerry Jones. But Jerry Jones, the Dallas Cowboys, boy, they know how to welcome players. Sure. Cowboys know how to make, boy, the Cowboys know, when the Cowboys want you, they know how to make you feel wanted. They know how to make you feel wanted. Man, boy, the way they brought Kenny Clark in, the way they brought George Pickens in, Javonte Williams is saying the same thing. Man, when the Cowboys want you, you're going to know it. It's going to be more than business when the Cowboys call you up. You better believe it's more than business. When the Cowboys call you up, man, it is a lot of love. It is an absolute lot of love. True Texan, appreciate that super chat. He said the devil, Satan, is a scripture lawyer, and beware. I'm going to use that. Use that in one of my sermons. Yeah. I'm telling you, man, the devil always wants you to be focused on anything but what your purpose is. And what I love about Javonte Williams, he stayed with his purpose. He stayed with his purpose. And this is the best revenge he ever could have got. Balling. Now we gotta finish it. We gotta make it continue to pay off. We gotta continue to make it pay off. The Cowboys have got to beat the Denver Broncos, get this thing to 4-3-1. I believe we beat Arizona at home, 5-3-1. Go on a bye week, come back, play the Las Vegas Raiders, and I'm hoping that we got Max Crosby on our team. Beat the Raiders. Beat the Raiders. 6-3-1. And I think the Cowboys are going to shock the world. I think they're beating the Kansas City Chiefs on Thanksgiving. Book it.
Dallas is offer though?
I don't know. Probably my agent. Probably.
What about the scheme fits you? I mean, Shotty talked about liking big backs.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't know what he told you.
Yeah. He just said he liked to run the ball. He liked to be physical. And I felt like that was right up my alley. I like those things too. He just told me to come in and compete, and however it shake out, that's how I go.
Running backs are kind of built on momentum a lot of times. When you have a run like you did to start the game, last game going through Marshawn Lattimore like you did, what does that do for you, and what do you think that did for your teammates?
Yeah, anytime you can set the tone first play with a play like that, I feel like it's, like you said, it's good for the entire game, and I feel like it turned us up. A couple plays later, we had a big touchdown, a good drive, and I just felt like the offense was clicking last game, and hopefully we can keep it going.
Does that get you hyped up, though, too, when you have a run like that?
Yeah, for sure. And just knowing that the O-line, they came to play. I mean, the hole was wide open. So when I see a run like that, first play, I'm like, oh, yeah, this is going to be a good game.
Why do you feel like you've had so much success on breaking the big run at the end of the first half to set the Cowboys up to score Jets game last week against Washington?
Yeah, probably just because of the playmakers on the field. I mean, it's a lot of people you got to worry about. You can't just try to key in on one player because there's other players that can hurt you too. And then the O-line, I mean, they're doing a great job. And then you got a veteran quarterback that's playing lights out. So, I mean, it ain't one thing that you can focus on.
How much healthier would you say you are today, leave alone bumps and bruises of this season, but compared to your last year in Denver?
Really, I feel like it was just confidence, just understanding the scheme, the plays, and then just, I mean, making plays. Once you make one play, you want to keep going, make more plays. So just that momentum, like you said a while ago, you just got to keep that momentum going.
As far as your injury is concerned, though, are you the same guy today that you were last year, or has that improved health-wise?
Yeah, I feel like I'm the same player I was last year. I felt like just mentally, I feel like I'm on a different level. Just understanding the plays and things like that, and I feel like that's what the NFL is. Everybody on the field is talented, everybody fast, so you're not gonna just beat people with just.
How many times have y'all heard me say this? Anybody who's been following me, how many times have you heard me say this? Everybody in the NFL is talented. What typically separates the greats, the goods, the elite, the Hall of Famers, whatever you call it, the mental part. It's the mental part. This is why you can't have a bunch of knuckleheads on your team. This game is not just a physical game. Anybody who tell you it's a physical game, there's a reason why they didn't make it in this league. I had a friend, went to the pros, and he explained this very phenomenon. He said everybody, even the third, fourth, fifth stringers, whatever you want to call them, he said they're all fast, they're all good, they all can play. He didn't make it. He was a phenomenal football player in high school. Phenomenal football player in college. He didn't make it in the pros. He didn't have the drive. He didn't have the heart to do it. A lot of people do not understand, man. This is a mental game. It is powerful what he's saying. He said, because he's saying, man, it's not my physical thing. He said, mentally, I'm on another level. We're watching it. We're watching it as Cowboy fans. Roddy Dub, he said, we would dumb down the plays for Cooper Rush. Man, they thought Cooper Rush was the best thing since sliced bread. But we seeing all that proven wrong. I'm telling us, man, football is a mental game. Everybody's talented in the NFL. Everybody's talented. Now, some are more talented than others. But, a lot of people, I know sometimes we be calling some of these people trash and this and that, but we couldn't go against them. But the difference with some of these players is not just the skill level. It's the heart level. It's the heart. It's the mind.
Pure speed or just talent, you got to actually have a plan.
Talk about that mental part. The Cowboys have looked at you as their starting running back since the day they signed you. I mean, how much does their belief in you kind of help with your mental side of things?
A lot, because everybody gonna make mistakes. But once you make one mistake, I mean, the coaches still believe in you, knowing that you can make plays. So I mean, that goes a long ways.
Have you heard from any old teammates this week?
I talked to a couple of players, but they know the same thing. It's go time.
Jersey already trying to fight for that? Are they trying to fight for the jersey swap?
It's like two people that said they wanted to get my jersey, but we just gonna see how it shake out. We might have to play rock, paper, scissors or something.
No buckle up. What do you do routine-wise during the week to make sure your body's right?
Somebody in the background said, no buckle up. He don't have to say buckle up. And I said this on X. And the reason why he don't have to say buckle up, because he's already been saying it the whole season. He's been saying it the whole season.
I got a routine. I get massages, acupuncture, cold tub, hot tub, things like that, and like soft tissue. Just trying to stay on the little things before it becomes something major down the road.
Is that something that you added to this year, or is that something you kind of always done?
The acupuncture is new. CD actually introduced me to that. This is my first time ever doing that, and I feel like it helped with like my flexibility and just being able to open up and run. So yeah, I feel like that's been huge.
Yep. I'm telling y'all right now, I think he's going to be the major reason why the Cowboys beat the Denver Broncos. He is going to be the major reason why they beat the Denver Broncos. He going to run all up and down through them. I'm telling you, Javonte Williams is going to run at will. He's going to, I'm telling you, he's going to run all through them. He going to run all through them. Going to run all through them. All right, let's get some more in right here. Let's go over to, let me see. I want to pull up this article. X is ablaze with Trayvon Diggs talk. They are ablaze. You still got some who going to continue to defend their point because they know that they have been exposed in a row. And so they going to continue to say that it's a conspiracy. I think it's a melting pot of things that are going on, but I still say at the end of the day, I'm sticking with my original premise. Cowboys were tired of Trayvon Diggs, straight up tired of him. And I'm telling you, you could see how Matt Eberflus, the week they said he wasn't going to be in, you could see he was, man, they were moving different. Man, I ain't never seen Matt Eberflus since he's been with the Cowboys. That animated, that fired up, that excited. Man, tell me anything you want to. All right, we got a couple of more things here. We'll knock these out after the Trayvon Diggs thing. But they got a couple of issues. Looks like the NFL has got punishment for George Pickens and Javonte Williams. We'll see what that's all about here in just a moment. I don't care if it's money. As long as they're not, as long as they don't have to be out of this game, I don't care what it is. All right, let's check it out. And I'm pretty sure there'll be other articles on this. Let me see if I can pull up something other than DallasCowboys.com too. All right, let's see. All right, so we're going to go two different places. Let's go to Athlon Sports real quick. They are reporting, of course, that Trayvon Diggs has been put on. The Cowboys announced Trayvon Diggs out on injury. Trayvon Diggs is out on injury. Diggs has appeared in 6 games this season, recording 18 tackles and posting a coverage grade of a 62.5, according to PFF. Although he has started every game in which he has seen action, there was one game he didn't start because of a penalty. I mean, something the Cowboys did. Can't remember the game, but he didn't start. Injuries have plagued Diggs dating back to the offseason. He was on the physically unable to perform list during training camp after January surgery on his left knee and was reportedly been dealing with a knee injury on his right leg in recent weeks. So they haven't even been talking about this So the surgery was on the left knee this time, but he's been having issues with the right knee. Now, let me tell you what typically happens. If you get an injury on your right knee, you'll overcompensate on your left leg. And if you get an injury on your left leg, you'll overcompensate on your right leg. This is what people do, and this is why this rehab process is so important, and this is why you have to make sure that when you're coming back from stuff, you have to make sure you're 100%. My uncle had hip replacement surgery, and he said that this is why sometimes you have to be very careful. He said because what happens is people will typically wound up getting if your right hip gets replaced, you wind up getting the left replaced. Why? Because you overcompensate trying to ease off. And so, again, some people are going to say this isn't true. It says Diggs was placed on injured reserve, which means he will be out for at least the next 4 weeks. I don't think he's out for the next 4 weeks. I believe that Trayvon Diggs, I know they want to leave the window open, but if this man has in his contract an injury clause, the Cowboys would be absolutely insane to play Trayvon Diggs again. They would be insane to play Trayvon Diggs again. There's no way that I'm doing it. Says here, I was trying to see where somebody said he was ruled out for the season. I don't see that part though. I just continue to see where they're saying that he is on injured reserve. But I see no situation, especially if he has this thing where if he has the injury clause in that contract, I see no universe where Trayvon Diggs plays another down for the Cowboys. Let's see. Yeah, I don't see another thing. Okay, I was trying to see if they were talking about it over here. I don't see another situation where he plays another down for the Cowboys. Hey, Baz said, G, any player that says we're returning to their former team to face them as an opponent, that it's not a revenge game is a straight lie. Come on, man. Baz, I'm with you. I don't know how you don't let it be a revenge game. I don't know how you don't let it be a revenge game. Nah, it's a revenge game for me. Hey, Isaac Rocco. He said, ask Michael Parsons. Shoot. Man, it's a revenge game for me. Bad said, ask OBJ. Man, shoot. It's a revenge game. Oh, man. It's a revenge game. Hey, Brandon Cup. Hey, feeling wanted is a big deal, man. Feeling wanted is a big deal in any situation. Man, I'm telling you, can't wait to see Overshown back. We're going to close the show out with Demarion Overshown, as a matter of fact. We're going to listen to Demarion Overshown talk about the fact that he's back. Appreciate y'all rocking with me, man. I think this is about, we had about 4.5 hours of Cowboys content. I had to make up for yesterday. I know some people said it's too, hey, some people said it can't hang in this long. Let's go. Let's see. Demarion Overshown, Savon Revel Jr. Both of these players, and this is why I want to finish this with this right here. Both of these players are going to make an impact for the Cowboys. Both of these players are going to make a huge impact for the Cowboys. Hold on. Corliss Piper is breaking some news. He said about an hour ago, Jerry told Diana Rossini, sports journalist, that he is not looking for a defensive end pass rusher, but definitely a defensive player coming from Jerry. Take it for what it's worth. Corliss, I'm still betting on Max Crosby. I'm still betting on Crosby. If they can get him, I think the Cowboys are going to try to make a last-ditch effort. Oh, JCT Slice, I'm glad you reminded me. All right, JCT Slice, just for you. I'm glad you reminded me. All right, let's listen to Demarion Overshown, and then I'm going to pull up something incredible that I saw the other day that is going to blow y'all's mind. Check this out. Let's listen to Mario and Overshawn, then we're going to get up out of here. I mean, we're going to do Mario and Overshawn, Dak Prescott, and then we'll be done. Let's check it out.
Now, so when you got like me that, football is more than just a game to you. It's a way of life. You play with the passion and that energy, and, when you're able to do it again, you never take it for granted. So each period play I had out there, look, I was dancing, having fun with it because I know, look, it can be taken away from you at any point in time, but it's more so just being out there with my brothers, man. We grind all off season, see each other work and get better. So, me being out there to, compete and run around with those guys, I know they enjoyed it just as me.
Right after the injury happened, you set a timeline for yourself that you'd be back no later than Thanksgiving, and right now you're on track to beat that, even if only by a week or two. Just talk about how good it feels to be able to do that and manifest that.
Yes, sir. It's a blessing just to be able to get up off that field when after what happened. I tell myself all the time, I kind of knew at that moment what was going on with my knee, so I didn't look back. I said, okay, this is what I'm dealing with. I don't know the total damage done, but I know it's something that I'm gonna have to work back from, and I gotta have faith. And that's all it was at the main part. It was like, look, you have faith and believe that what's done for you is gonna be for you. And I always, football is just a platform for me to, spread God's grace. And he's given me grace, he's given me mercy. So who am I not to wake up every day with a smile on my face and enjoy, the joys that he has blessed me with. Over this 17 days that I've been injured.
It's heavy. It's heavy right there, man. The Bible teaches us to be anxious for nothing and in all things give thanks. Man, this is why I tell y'all, man, you ain't got, y'all, let me just tell you, y'all ain't got time for revenge. Y'all don't give y'all time to negative people, jealous people. Don't give all your time to all the bad things. Don't give all your time to the negative things out there. Okay, those things, you'll deal with them and then you go on. Always keep yourself in a frame of mind of being thankful. And when you live life like that, man, you can overcome anything. You can overcome anything, man. This dude, hey, he one of them. This is why I said before. I said this last year. This dude is going to emerge as the true leader of this defense. This is what this defense needs. This is what this defense needs. And when this dude gets back out there, I'm not sure he'll play against the Raiders, but I know he'll play against the Chiefs. This defense is going to pick up exponentially when this dude comes back. And I'm not going to put all the weight of the world on his shoulders saying that he's going to be out here making plays and the defense going to go to number one. No, I'm not talking about just his play. I think his energy, his faith, his attitude for the game, his confidence in the coach, he's going to be Matt Eberflus's voice out there on the field. Y'all are about to watch this Cowboys defense go on the incline. You watch what I tell you. They're on the rise, and this dude's going to be a big part of it.
I've been blessed with a kid, been blessed to be engaged.
Yeah.
But just been blessed to be around people that genuinely care for me and love me. So I didn't lose any sleep. I woke up every day smiling. I came here every day smiling, and I knew once I got my opportunity again, like, look, it was time to go, and it's that time. It's time to go.
Life is bigger than football.
How do you stay patient, though? I mean, and not try to do too much. It seems like a lot of people can't wait till Demo gets back. Like, you can come back and automatically be Superman and rescue the defense, and you still have to play within yourself and not try to do too much.
Oh, it's just, doing my job. Like, I've always been the one, look, I ain't going to go out there to try to do too much. I'm just going to go and do what I know I can do. And when I get in between those lines, the sky's the limit for me. And I'm not saying that to be cocky or anything, but I know what I bring to the field. So, hearing the things and seeing, like, oh, we need Demo to be this when he come back, or we need Demo to do this. I ain't worried about it. I know what I bring to the table. I know what y'all saw last year, and I know that y'all can get more of that. So
I always laugh, because when you're good at something, you'll always hear people say that you bring a lot to the table. And and me and a friend of mine, we talk about this sometimes, and we laugh about it because I don't get impressed when somebody tell me what I bring to the table. Because the Marion Overshone is stating the very reason why I don't get impressed. Because I'm bringing it to the table. And y'all should live y'all life like that too. Yeah, you be humble. But you also understand what you're good at. You understand the gift, the talent that God is giving you. And it's disingenuous not to acknowledge it. Yeah, always know what you bring to the table. Because when you know what you bring to the table, if they don't bill you, they can't kill you. If you know what you bring to the table and you keep bringing it to the table, the people who want it will always come back and eat it. No matter what them haters say, or no matter what people say, or no matter what's going on in your life. Man, this dude is hitting on some facts of life, and I love how they're talking football. Man, this man is talking on a spiritual level of how he's dealt with things. And this goes above non-spiritual people's head. Man, this dude is talking on a level that's incredible. I love it.
It's really no stress or no pressure on me to go back out and do anything. I know what I'm capable of.
Mm-hmm.
Last year was still me just getting my feet wet, so we still really ain't seen what all I can do. What did I went through individual and then done some more conditioning afterwards just to get me primed up. But tomorrow I start getting a little team reps and stuff like that. So it's basically training camp for me, priming me up for that game, for that prime time. So it's going to be prime time.
Yeah. Again, does it add any more hunger or fuel for you?
Oh, it do. It definitely do. Because it's a blessing just being able to do what we do. And we call it work and we call it a job, but this is something that, I enjoy doing, and I can wake up and wish I can do this every day of my life. So just being able to go through things like this, everybody not blessed to be in this position. So when I get the chance to just be here in this facility, the Cowboys facility, I'm blessed. A million people would do anything just to be in my position. So I come here, do my job, get ready for the next day, and just keep pushing forward.
You said that game.
Woo! Boy, this is heavy right here, y'all. Boy, I don't know how. Boy, this is heavy. Boy, this is tear-jerking stuff for me, man. This is heavy what this dude talking about. This is heavy, man. This is heavy. This heavy, man. This dude is talking on a different level, man. People just don't understand it, man. This is bigger than football with this dude, man. And this dude right here, see the way he talking? This is why he needed to be the leader of the defense all along. This is the kind of dude you need. You watch when it's time for him to get paid. You're not going to hear no whole lot of hoopla, all this old crazy stuff. You're not going to hear nothing. This is the kind of dude that people will run through a wall with, and they will run through a wall for. This is the kind of dude that when he hits the field, people are going to want to be successful because of him. Because of him. Love it. Love it. True Texan, he said not to be mean, but stick a fork in Diggs. He's done. He done. I agree with you. Appreciate you, Gwen Bowden. Yeah, Trayvon, he done. I don't even think it's being mean. I think it's being factual. He done. Too Tall Jones, speak to the streets. Yes, sir. Too Tall Jones, you know how we did it in them streets. You know how we did it. Yeah. Brady Cup said, put me on. I'll get you one. Woo! DC4L roster, man. Man, I love this young man. I'm with you, JC, for real. This dude's incredible, man. Yeah, this dude's incredible. Straight up. He's straight up. The defense will be better because they want to play with this dude. You watch what I tell you. Some people don't think that matters, but it matters. It matters. This dude is a natural born leader, and they're going to follow him.
Prime time, so that game is the Raiders.
That game, I mean, that's what we looking like. But yeah,
that's Monday night prime time.
Monday
right?
night prime time. Zero be making his debut, and I'm excited for it. It's
he calling.
Be anything short of extraordinary. Like I say, I'm ready to show, truly, how blessed I am. And
Woo!
A lot of people, claim that this knee injury is one of the worst, and not too many people come back the same afterwards. So I'm ready to put that to the test.
Let's talk about that, though. Are you stronger, faster? How do you, in your rehab process, where is that knee, and how does it compare to where it was before?
I'm stronger, and we got the numbers to prove it, but stronger.
Yes,
faster,
sir, football fanatic.
jump higher, more explosive. I mean, you name it, I'm all of it. So my game is not going to slow down. I think one of the worst things I heard over my rehab time was, man, you got to slow down. Like, we need you to play a full season. Like, you got to slow down. But that ain't how I play. I know how to play one way, and that's 100 full speed, and that's all you're going to see. So the knee is stronger than strong.
Ligaments being torn, when they say 3 ligaments are torn, and they tell you that, what was your initial reaction to that? That sounds really serious.
I just looked at it as another injury, as another obstacle that, look, whatever it is, it's my job to get through it and have that faith that I'm going to be all right. And that's exactly what I did.
The Bible says we are saved by grace through faith. Peter said that our faith is much more precious than gold. And one of the things that I tell people in my preaching, faith is not what you believe. Faith is what you do based on what you believe. Show me. Show me. And that's what God tells us. Show me. And this young man is telling us, man, because he knew he was going to be good. He knew he was going to be better. He knew he would be back. He put the work in to do it. Boy, if people could understand that.
Like I say, I'm blessed. My family is blessed. So I can tell you that not one day passed by that I didn't smile and I didn't think that I was going to be okay, because I knew I was going to be fine.
When did that light come on? When did you know? What part of it?
Hey, fifth question, go ahead. Marvin, you said 317 games.
Me too, Gwen Bowden.
Oh, good question.
Have you followed, have you marked every day on the calendar?
Pretty much, almost every day. I done kind of seen like what's the projected of ACL, MCL, PCL injuries, and some people wait out a whole year, some people wait 12 months, some come back 10, 11 months. So I had an idea of where I wanted to be back. Me and Britt both did, and what was going to be the safest thing for me, my career, but what was going to help the Cowboys win games, and that's the Marvin Overshown playing football. So I done whatever I could to get back as soon as I can, but 150%. So I'm ready. I'm excited.
Now, do y'all see the difference? Now, what have y'all heard me say this show, and what have I been saying? Trayvon Diggs. I said it when Trayvon Diggs started talking about coming back. Don't come back unless you're 100%. Don't come back. This man is not coming back until he's 100%. 150% according to him, but 100%. Because when you hit that field, don't nobody want to hear about you coming off an injury. It's amazing to me how so many people, they pad their story with that. Oh, coming off an injury. Bro, when you hit that field, we don't want to hear it. You're either playing or you're not. You're either playing good or you're not. We don't want to hear it. We don't even want to hear it as an excuse. You're either playing or you're not. This dude is ready. Boy, excited for this dude, man. I'm excited for him. I'm excited for this Cowboys defense.
Nothing that happened to my knees is still structurally wrong. Like the MRIs are perfect. Like nothing has been done. So I'm good.
What are kind of the thresholds that you need to pass these next 3 weeks to be ready to go full speed?
Just running around. Get the coaches confidence enough to say, okay, he's ready. I think they going to go off of my go. But just to
Carly said God can take the worst of the worst and make great things. Paula Christian Killer. I said this last week, considered one of the greatest apostles. Hey, watch this. See, sometimes people don't understand, man, setbacks are for comebacks. Kevin Elvis. Kevin Elvis. This man Kevin Elvis said, I'm not buying it. He said, I think Diggs was 110%. He just not good. Woo! It's that Jiggle Man. What up, Jiggle Man? He said, Overshown jersey ready. Yes, sir. Also, y'all make sure y'all send y'all scores. Y'all send y'all final scores for the Denver Broncos or the Cowboys versus the Denver Broncos. I am going to be giving away 5 Dallas Cowboy t-shirts from the official Dallas Cowboys store on NFL.com. I am going to be giving away 5 t-shirts for the Dallas Cowboys, whoever gets the score right. And so if more than one person get it right, I'm going to choose 5 people. 5 people who got it right, and you will all get t-shirts. And I haven't forgot, I'm going to set this up. I'll make sure I set this up maybe next month. But I'm going to make sure we're going to have a Demarion Overshown jersey giveaway. The first game he returns. So if it's the Raiders, get ready. We'll come up with the stipulations for that. And we're also going to make sure we get the George Pickens jerseys, and we'll do those at the same time. George Pickens, Demarion Overshown jerseys. I'll come with the instructions on that pretty soon. But y'all put your Denver Broncos scores, send them to my email address at letstalkcowboys@gmail.com, and 5 of y'all are going to win some t-shirts.
let them see me run around, just like what they see in training camp for the other guys. Look at the catapult numbers. Let me get into like full practice, full game.
Yes, sir.
Reps.
Brandon Cook, Brian Ball.
Really, it's just I'm waiting as a pinch hitter.
Yeah, you let him tell it. Yeah, he gonna be led by the Holy Spirit.
So that's
Tony
what I
Cypher
am right now. So whenever they tell me this week you up,
Big C from Tennessee, you right. We need him on the field bad.
Eberflus, mentally watching practice and stuff like that. How has that helped you, and what have you seen from that vantage point?
Oh yeah, no, everything that we talked throughout camp, and just how he calls games. Like I'm able to see it while I'm at home. I'm able to see it while I'm on the sideline. So I think doing that over the span of training camp is going to be another thing that don't slow me down when I get back out there, because the communication that we done had on a consistent basis since he's been here, it's been, top level. So I'm excited. I know we already been talking about, different techniques for me and different plays that they got planned for me when I do come back. So look, the talks are already in the work. T-Bell, that's T-Bell right there. That's my dog. That's my dog.
Confidence is a big part of coming back from knee injuries. When did the light come on that I can do this instinctively, run, cut, doing whatever? When was it? How long ago was that?
Well, I mean, really before training camp. I kind of got an idea of where I should be just from the first knee injury. Mm-hmm. So once I got to that 5-6 month period, it's like, all right, I should be doing a little bit moving. And once I start moving around, it's like I'm gonna be good. It's a confidence thing and a mind thing at that point. My knee is healed, now it's learning how to run again, learning how to be an NFL football player again, because, you just don't wake up and do that overnight after being on a walker. So I feel like for about four months, I've been comfortable with my knee. It's just been getting into football-ready shape.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Hey, I feel good, man. Man, that zero felt great. Man. No, I'm telling you. I almost had Joe with my jersey on, my cape on. I was so excited.
Yeah. Ready to see this man don that zero jersey.
The first guy, you kind of went like that. What was that moment like?
Oh, no, I was celebrating. It's a blessing just to feel that contact again. Like, we joke around in the linebacker room all the time, and I was already calling out who I wanted in the tackle drill. So I said, I ain't getting tackled, but I'm tackling everybody because I ain't tackled in a while. But, it's just a blessing to be able to do that again and get up, pop up, and go on to the next thing. Last time I was in the fire like that, I was being helped off the field. So, it was something to celebrate about. I got up and I walked off, and I'm good.
All right, thanks, Demo. We're done. Thank you.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all.
Woo! I'm telling you, that is the type of guy. Savon Revel Jr. Demario Overshawn is the type of guy you want to play with and you want to play for. The defense mentally will get better when he hits the field. We're not going to put all these crazy expectations on this, that, and the other. But I'm telling you, his spirit is going to make the defense better. You can feel the charisma of this guy. He's going to make them better. You watch what I tell you. You watch what I tell you. I'm not telling you they're going to be the number one defense in football. But when this dude gets back, Kevin Nelson, man, I appreciate you. He said, may God keep blessing G. This is my favorite sports show, period. Appreciate you. Yes, sir. Hey, hey, Kevin Nelson, we're going to be celebrating again pretty soon. We celebrated the 1-year anniversary not even 2 weeks ago. Man, we coming upon a milestone. I hadn't been talking about it a lot because I give all the glory to God, and I appreciate him putting y'all in my life because God and y'all are really keeping this channel, man. Y'all are blowing this thing up. We are about to hit the milestone of 20,000 subscribers. And that is an incredible feat for a 1-year channel. So, man, I am so excited for all the things that God has in store in my life. With the support of you guys and my faith in him and putting him first, man, I'm just so thankful. I'm not going to worry about the people who try to get, hate or whatever the case may be. I'm going to keep my eyes focused on God and keep on trying to bring y'all the best content I can with the best ability I can. And we're going to see where this thing go. So, man, I'm praying, man, after this bye week, we might be celebrating this 20,000 subscribers, man. And it's all because of God and y'all, boy. I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all been rocking with me hard, man. So again, but hey, I'm just telling you, Stuart Overshawn is one of these guys, man, you want to run through a wall with and for, man. Absolutely love this guy's attitude. All right. Oh yeah, Terry Tatum. Let me tell you something, Terry Tatum. My wife got on me so bad the week before last when I didn't do a post-game show. Man, let me just tell you the kind of person my wife is. My wife be thinking about y'all. And my wife told me, she said, when you got people who support you the way your subscribers, your fans, the people that love you support you, she said they expect you to do a post-game show. And you need to do a post-game show from this point forward. Man, this is my wife telling me this. She's like, they support you too good for you not to be doing. She said they expect you to do a post-game show. Because the 1 week that I didn't do it, I fell asleep. She said, do you know you probably had your people waiting on a post-game show? Terry Tatum, I'm doing the post-game show. We're not going to miss it unless something happens. So, yeah, football fanatic, yay, man. Yeah, I feel you on that, boy. That DeMarion Overshown, man, he got my eyes heavy. Got my eyes heavy with water. All right. Let me hit y'all with this. Let me hit y'all with this last piece before we get out of here. Man, we might as well end this on a high note. This is going to blow y'all's mind. Y'all ready? Y'all remember how long y'all been hearing me say that Dak Prescott is top 5? And how we be battling and showing all these lists? And people be putting Dak Prescott at number 20, number 25, Justin Herbert, people like Justin Herbert, Geno Smith. I mean, they got everybody ahead of Dak Prescott. Y'all want to see something absolutely insane? I saw this on NFL.com a couple of days ago, and I forgot to show y'all. Y'all know how they have these tier 1, tier 2, and so on quarterbacks? Having Dak Prescott in tier 3. JCT Slice. Guess where they have Dak Prescott? Tier 1 is Patrick Mahomes. Oh, I'm sorry. Baker Mayfield. Patrick Mahomes and none other than Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott is in the top of everybody's list as far as quarterbacks go. Dak Prescott is balling. And honestly, after the Tampa Bay game that Baker Mayfield just had, now Dak Prescott is actually number 1 on this list. There is no quarterback playing better than Dak Prescott. Look at this. So let's look at what they got through 7 games on these top 3. Through 7 games. 64.1% completion ratio by Baker Mayfield. 66 by Patrick Mahomes. 71 by Dak Prescott. Incredible. 1,767 yards by Mayfield. 1,800 by Mahomes. And Dak Prescott 1,881. Come on. There's nobody close to Dak Prescott. 7.2 yards per average. 7.3 by Mahomes. 7.3 by Dak Prescott. Nobody's playing better than Dak Prescott. 13 touchdowns for Mayfield. 14 touchdowns for Mahomes. 16 touchdowns for Dak Prescott? Over. Dak Prescott has 3 interceptions. Do y'all know that Dak Prescott, one of those interceptions, George Pickens tipped the ball to the defender. Do y'all know the interception against the Giants wasn't even an interception? The NFL should literally go back and take that interception off, but it's no big deal. The only interception we're really claiming for Dak Prescott is the one he threw against Chicago where it was during garbage time and he just forced it. Dak Prescott. Look at this. Dak Prescott is doing all of this with only 56 rushing yards, 1 rushing touchdown, 3 fumbles. JCT Slice. Dak Prescott is balling. And there is no kidding around it, and nobody can deny it. JCT, what you got to say about that? Yo! JCT, what we say?
Put some respect on my name.
Put some respect on his name.
Y'all get my name, put some respect on it.
Put some respect on Dak Prescott's name. Dak Prescott been tier 1. Been saying this, been tier 1. Dak Prescott is a top 5 quarterback. Man, I appreciate y'all rocking with me today. Give yourselves a hand. Hanging in there for 4. Oh, I'm sorry, with the 5-hour mark, we are about to get off of here. But man, I appreciate you. Corley's Piper, he said you got a good wife because some wives get jealous. Not mine. She understands, man. It is not, everybody don't get these opportunities. When God blesses you with people in your life, when God blesses you with these opportunities, man, you take advantage of it. I appreciate y'all. Brandon Cup, Dak 4, 325 this game, 4 touchdowns. Man, I'm telling you, it's going to be a great game. Hey, Lord willing, last week I overslept. I plan on getting up on Sunday morning. We're going to hit this again. Corliss Piper said over Josh Allen. Oh, you like Josh Allen? Hey, man, Dak Prescott is the #1 quarterback. Yeah, Mills said, remember before the start of the season, Dak's 17th ranked quarterback. Mills, how that turned out? Mills, me and you been knowing this. Mile High City, appreciate your great show. All right, guys, y'all make sure, send your predictions to Let's Talk Cowboys at gmail.com. We're going to give away those 5 t-shirts. Y'all get ready. We are going to give away our Demarion Overshown jersey and our George Pickens jersey the first night Demarion Overshown comes back, which will be after the bye week on a Monday night. Appreciate y'all. Oh, I'm fired up. Cowboys, 41. Denver Broncos, 38. That's if they get there. Because Matt Eberflus may absolutely have this defense rolling again. I'm here for it. Appreciate y'all rocking with me. Until the next show, TC4L, God bless. Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. Peace.